Council. I'm Councillor Billy Drummond, Chairman of West Berkshire Council. The meeting is being live streamed via YouTube, so members of the public are able to follow proceedings. Council members are present in the Council chamber for this meeting. Any member of Council who is in attendance remotely will be entitled to speak and ask questions when invited to do so by myself. The officers in attendance are the Interim Chief Executive, Joseph Holmes, the Executive Director for Adult Social Care, Paul Coe, the Service Director for Finance, Property and Procurement, and Section 151 Officer, Shannon Coleman Slaughter, the Service Director for Children's Social Care, Rebecca Wiltshire, and the Service Director for Environment, John Winstanley. Sarah Clark, the Monitoring Officer and Interim Executive Director for Resources, will be the legal advisor for this meeting. I am assisted by Darian Razell, the clerk of the meeting, and by Sam Chiverton, who will be the Zoom host. Welcome to the Honorary Alderman in attendance. I will now ask the Monitoring Officer to explain how voting on the items will be conducted.
Thank you, Chairman. Voting on the medium-term financial strategy and the investment and borrowing strategy will be taken by a show of hands. In accordance with the Local Authorities Standing Orders England Regulations 2001 as amended, the names of those who vote for and against or abstain on any decisions relating to the setting of the Council's budget this evening will be recorded. At the conclusion of the debate on the capital and revenue budget proposals, I will call out each member's name in alphabetical order, and each member must indicate how they wish to cast their vote, i.e. for the decision, against the decision, or if they wish to abstain from voting.
Thank you. Thank you. Before we start this evening's meeting, I would like to take the opportunity to remind members that we are subject to the Council's Code of Conduct, which requires us to uphold certain standards, including, importantly, respect. Members across the chamber may not always agree with one another, but I would ask in our disagreements, we endeavour to always be respectful to others' views. As chairman, it is my responsibility to proceed over these proceedings so that the business of the meeting can be carried out efficiently. On the agenda this evening are budget proposals for the district and for the next financial year. And as a local authority, we have a legal duty to set a balanced budget. This is therefore an important meeting with significant implications for all those living and working in the district. In order to assist with the effective and efficient considerations of all the business on the agenda, the leaders of the political groups have met and agreed a set time for each part of the debate. These agreed times may have been circulated to all members in advance of the meeting. I would also ask members, do not repeat points that have already been made. Do not interrupt members during their speeches. Speak no more than 3 minutes when not moving a motion or an amendment. And now I'd like to pay respects to former Alderman Joe Mooney, Melanie Ellis and Joe Naylor. Before we turn to the substantive items on the agenda, we received the sad news that Honorary Alderman Joe Mooney passed away on the 26th of December 2024. Joe was a member of the Council from 1987 to 1995 and from 1999 to 2015, at which point he was made an Honorary Alderman. His work for the Council and his community was exemplary, and we thank him for his service. In addition to two long-serving Council officers, Melanie Ellis and Joe Naylor, unfortunately have also recently passed away. They both made a significant impact on the Council and members, and they will be sorely missed. I'd like to now invite Joseph Holmes, Chief Executive, to say a few words about the officers then I'd like to invite any members or any aldermen who know Joe Mooney, Melanie Ellis and Joe Naylor to say a few words.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say a few words about the recent very sad passing of fellow officers, Joe Naylor and Melanie Ellis. I had the absolute great fortune to know them both very well, and they were both extremely well liked and respected by colleagues and members from across the council. They worked in a difficult environment, at the forefront of providing guidance to members in exceptionally challenging times. Our memories of them both, that they always had time for others, treated all with kindness, and were always smiling. We've been extremely fortunate to have benefited from their skills, efforts and guidance over the past 15 plus years. They will be hugely missed by all of the council and our partner organisations, town and parish councils, schools and many others who benefited from working with them. My thoughts are with their family, friends and colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Tony Linden.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll first like to speak about Joe Mooney, a fellow ward councillor, and it was great to work with him, and I really appreciate his advice and he was very good as a member of the council and a member of the executive. He was very, very knowledgeable, and it's sad that he has died. I'd also like to add Joe Naylor, who I've known since she joined the council in 2004. I had the pleasure of her being my committee clerk when I was chairman of the Health Scrutiny Subcommittee, and I think another committee as well. She was a lovely individual, and I'm really sad. I did know that she was ill. Obviously, it was a surprise that she died so suddenly, and I had been in contact with her anyway, even 17 days before she died, but she never indicated that it was so soon. But it's really sad, and I'm really, really upset of her passing at the age of 51. And she also has a child of 5, but she's got a brother and a sister. Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Bullock.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I'd just like to echo Mr. Holmes' words, very kind words about Joe Naylor and Melanie Ellis, and I knew them, and it's very sad indeed. I first met Joe when I was elected in 2010, and as you said, thank you, Chairman, for your kind words about Joe. He had been a councillor for many, many years. I didn't know him well, but I did know him as a hard-working ward member and a hugely experienced servant all of West Berkshire. As somebody who knew Joe far better than me is Hilary Cole, and she asked me to say a few words about him. So what I'm going to say now essentially is what are Hilary's words. Joe was a dedicated portfolio holder for adult social care. His focus was always on the delivery of high-quality social care to the most vulnerable and elderly residents of West Berkshire at a time when, as now, council had very difficult, very great financial challenges for the social care service. Hilary became his deputy when first elected in 2007, and she says that she learned so much from him in his handling and management of his portfolio and his interaction with all of the deeply committed officers within the service. He was deservedly very well liked and respected. He and his wife, Elizabeth, moved to Shropshire to be near to their family, and Hilary says that we can all be sure that he will be much missed by them. Thank you, Chairman.
Alderman Haas.
Chairman, thank you for allowing me to speak. Much has been said already. If I may just add my personal tribute, Joe Mooney was elected the same time as me, 1987. We served a long time together. He became our group leader, a very hard-working councillor. And Joe Naylor, when I was portfolio holder for strategic partnerships, long past now, was a very supportive, able officer who looked after me very well in all the tasks and challenges that role ensued. Chairman, a sad loss to West Berkshire, and my thoughts too are with their friends and families. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Barnett.
Thank you, Chairman. I would also like to make a few observations in regard to Alderman Councillor, ex-Councillor Joe Mooney. I served with Joe in the 90s period and alongside Joe also in the early part of the noughties period. I found Joe a very committed councillor, prepared to work with me. And I was in the early part of the 2000s, the executive member for adult services, and Joe was the shadow. I found Joe very committed, as one of the aldermans just said, ex-councillor Pask. He was totally committed and also concerned about the welfare of the adults in the West Berks area, and we again, of course, were under considerable constraints regarding finances, but also concerned that we wanted to make sure that all the adults that needed any help and assistance were given that help. And I worked alongside Joe on many occasions, meetings with the director for social services at that particular time. And that particular time, Joe would regularly come along and have meetings with me, completely separate. This was nothing to do with politics. This was to do with looking after the vulnerable residents of West Berkshire. And I'm very sad that I heard the loss of Joe in the early part of this month. And, you know, I'm concerned for the rest of the family, and hopefully everyone is more, let's say, concerned than other people about some of the other concerned people in West Berkshire. So thanks very much for allowing me to have a few words about Joe, a very, very valuable person within Berkshire, West Berkshire.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to say a couple of words about Joe Naylor. What a delightful smile. Always supportive, always a pleasant personality, trying to work with councillors, perhaps struggling through council systems and processes. She invariably sought to make councillors' wishes fit into council processes. If she could find a way of making something work, that's what she was committed to. An utterly delightful person. She'll be sorely missed.
Thank you. Councillor Brooks.
If I may, I should just speak a little bit about all three people, because I knew Joe Mooney. He was a dedicated public servant in many ways as a councillor. 26 years as a councillor, you know, it's quite a good big body of work. And he made a big impression. I remember him having a bit of a passion for adult social care, adult social services. But of course, in that period of time, he would have got right across all of the council services. It's too easy to forget, you know, as we fade away, us councillors, eventually happens to us all. And then a chamber like this, we're talking about people you don't know, you don't remember. Those who have gone before have made their mark, and Joe made his. His approach was always steady. There were no theatrics with Joe. You got what you saw. He was an upstanding man with integrity. And we can have our scraps across the chamber. We might even have one or two this evening, you don't know. But you know, with Joe, you knew you were talking to somebody you could respect and get on with. To lose somebody like Melanie Ellis, who got on with her job, who created a great impression on her team, who was steadfast, reliable, responsive, and a pleasure to work with, as we've got to know her over the last 2 years, is a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing for a family, and it's a terrible thing for a department where she was very much liked. do not underestimate how flat that department is, how badly it was knocked by losing such a lovely person as Melanie Ellis. And I think that department is still reeling a bit from that unexpected blow. And we wish her family well. Jo Naylor was one of the loveliest people you could ask to meet, to work with you, worked with councillors extensively. A wonderful smile, a lovely person, a lovely looking person, who there was only good in Jo Naylor, only good. And she's gone too soon. It's a very sad evening for us. And I send my deepest sympathies and condolences to the families, all three, Jo Mooney, Melanie Ellis and Jo Naylor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. To respect them and their service to the council, please could we observe a minute's silence in their honour? Thank you. Please sit. Moving on to agenda item 1. Apologies for absence. Please can the monitor officer advise of any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chairman. We have received apologies from councillors Nick Carter, Eric Passenden, Lee Dillon, Paul Dick, Jeremy Cottam and B. Loco, who I believe is intending to join us online. He has joined us online. And also Honorary Aldermen and Alderwomen, Hilary Cole, Molly Locke, Graham Jones, Graham Bridgman, Alan Law, Andrew Rolls, Adrian Edwards, Paul Bryant, Gordon Lundy and Keith Tropping. I don't know whether there are any further apologies from the floor.
Moving on to agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Please can the monitor officer advise if there have been any declarations of interest submitted prior to the meeting and if there are any declarations from the floor?
Thank you, Chairman. I confirm that all members have completed an application for a grant of a dispensation in relation to any beneficial interest in land within the authority's area. The dispensation was granted to allow all members to speak and vote on the budget items. A number of personal interests have been declared in relation to the agenda items, and these have all been published on the council's website, placed on the door to the council chamber, and will be included in the minutes of the meeting. I don't know if there are any further declarations from the floor.
Councillor Poole.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I have children that reside within the district and go to schools in the district. I forget if this needs to be declared.
I think that's fine. It's noted. It won't preclude you from taking part. Thank you.
Moving on to agenda item 3, public questions. I wish to thank members of the public who have submitted questions. The maximum of time allowed for public questions is 30 minutes. If we run out of time, any questions that are yet to be asked will receive a written response following the meeting. The question will appear on the screen and will be answered. The questions will appear in the The questions will appear on the screen and will be answered by the portfolio holder of Finance and Resources. Questions will be given the opportunity to ask a supplementary question. This should be clarify the response provided and must not introduce any new business. And the first question is from Paul Morgan online. You there, Paul? Can you hear us, Paul?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you.
Oh, that's good. Can you see me?
See you.
Well, that's even better.
Thank you very much for your question, Mr. Morgan. There is a 340k project included within the 25-26 capital programme for developing an action plan for the playing pitch provision across the district. As projects are scoped and reviewed, these will be added to the capital programme as part of the budget setting process for later financial years. There is no separate sports hub budget allocated into the 25-26 capital programme. Do you have a supplementary question, Mr. Morgan?
Yes, hopefully you can still hear me. Yeah, I'll keep it very brief. So there was some confusion. I asked many questions about this in the past with respect to why there was two budgets, one for the sports hub and one for the playing pitch action plan. So I think it's good that it's clarified. It's all in one budget now, which I think Councillor Cottingham, you confirmed that it's all in one budget now, which I think is a point of clarification. I think most people thought and assumed that the £2.3 million for the sports hub would be allocated to Faraday Road. So basically, I think the clarification is that 340k covers everything, and that's all that's in the budget for this financial year. Nothing's allocated for the future one. So that's a point of clarification. I think that's a reasonable summary. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for your time. And I'll let you get on with your business. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. McEwen, for your question. The answer is a straightforward yes, and you can find this on page 353 of the agenda pack.
Oh, yes, I did. 353. You just have to scroll through 350 pages first.
You have a supplementary question?
I do. The proposal is to save £42,000 by on the 1st of April this year, stopping the mobile library van. The vast majority of that is one member of staff. The impact assessment lists a number of ideas as to how this loss on the 1st of April will be mitigated. And they all seem good ideas, but they are only ideas. So what happens on the 1st of April? None of them are in place. And
Sorry, Mr.
so to come on rather than expressing views, but my question is, have these mitigation measures been fully costed and included in this year's budget?
Yes, they have.
Ah, thank you, because it's not shown in the impact assessment.
The next question is by Alison May, but she can no longer do it. So she'll be answered by post or email. Moving on to agenda item 4, the medium-term financial strategy. The time for this, the proposals get 5 minutes, seconders 5 minutes, and ordinary speech is 3 minutes. May I invite Councillor Ian Cottingham to formally move the recommendation contained within the report.
You do, yes.
And can I ask for a seconder, please?
Happy to second, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. Do you wish to reserve your rights to speak?
Yes, please, sir.
Thank you very much. I may invite to report and Councillor Cottingham to introduce the report. You have 5 minutes.
So thank you, Chair. Before I start, what I would like to do is just really build upon what we already talked about this evening. I would like to say a few words of gratitude on behalf of all members for the professionalism of officers who in very difficult circumstances have worked tirelessly to produce the documents which we will be debating this evening. From a personal experience, the untimely loss of any colleague leaves a huge hole. The loss of Melanie Ellis left a vast chasm beyond just the finance team. Our 151 officer and her team have worked, in my opinion, exceeded expectations in producing tonight's reports, a real testament of the will-do attitude within the council. So it's a really big thank you to everyone who has been involved in producing the documents this evening. Thank you. Right, so the medium-term financial strategy is a very important document as it sets out the financial plan for the next 4 years, i.e. from 25-26 to 28-29, which is aligned to the delivery of our own council strategy. It is always a bit of a challenge to forecast financial performance over a 4-year time frame, especially as we live in a time of exceptional risk and uncertainty. The MTFS details the issues and risks facing West Berkshire Council concerning revenues and costs. However, it does give the council's stakeholders, employees, suppliers, residents, an insight into the financial resilience of the council. It is no secret that local authorities throughout the country are struggling through no fault of their own to balance their books. We're faced with unrelenting financial pressure in 3 primary areas: adult social care, children's social care, home to school transport, as you can see within the table in 4.2 of the report. Last month, we took the unprecedented step of requesting exceptional financial support from the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government. The reason behind the request for EFS was to strengthen our balance sheet, to improve our financial resilience after a sustained period since COVID-19 of our reserves being depleted, to plug the gap in our finances caused by the unrelenting cost pressures increases in adult social care, children's social care, adults home to school transport and homelessness. Requesting EFS should come as no surprise to the residents of West Berkshire, as we've been consistent in our communication that the council's finances have been in a perilous state since we took office in May 2023. In this intervening period, officers and members have worked extremely hard to stabilise the council finances via the weekly financial review panel. Indeed, we have reduced agency spend by £4.5 million per annum through the sign-off all recruitment and consolidated external recruitment to a single provider, thus achieving economies of scale. Our request for EFS is for 2 financial periods. Firstly, the current financial year, 24-25 of 30 million, to increase our general reserve fund, and secondly, to fund a revenue gap in the 25-26 budget. Last week, our leader, Jeff Brooks, along with 29 other councils who requested 1.5 billion of funding, i.e. an average of 50 million per council, received a letter from Jim McMahon, the Minister of State for Local Government and English Devolution, granting our request for 16 million of EFS. As you would expect with EFS, there are various terms and conditions with its grant. Our Section 151 officers currently working with the Department of Housing, Community and Local Government to determine the optimum way the 13 million EFS is accessed for this current financial year of 24-25. I mentioned earlier the relentless increase in financial pressure in adult social care, children social care and home to school transport. In the last 2 financial years, these costs have increased by 20.7 million, i.e. 25.4%. Whereas our net revenue budget has only increased by 16 million, just under 11%. As a percentage of our net revenue budget, these items of expenditure have increased from 54.7% to 61.9%. This 7.2% increase is equivalent of an additional just under 12 million of additional cost pressure. In addition, our capital finance requirements has increased regarding the dedicated schools grant.
Councillor Cottam, your time's up, I believe.
Okay. Just wind up.
Yeah, right, wind up, yeah.
So all I would say is the fact that the planned 4.99% of council tax will happen over the next over the term of the MTFS. And also just to give in context to the fact that we have the increase, as I said, regarding adult social care and children care. And for every...
A point of order, Chairman.
Okay.
I have a great deal of respect for Councillor Cottingham. I'd love to hear him talk a little bit more, but I think the rules have to be fair for all.
Okay.
Yeah. Councillor Brooks.
I note the discomfiture. If you think about it, Councillor Cottingham used the first 30 seconds at least as a heartfelt tribute to Melanie Ellis. So I think when I say he might have a few extra seconds to wind up, that is perfectly reasonable on that occasion.
I enjoyed listening to Councillor Cottingham's tributes to Melanie, and I echo it. I think he is now substantially over time, so any time he spent on that is probably done now. But Mr. Chairman, it's your call, not mine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Thank you. I will now open the debate to the floor. Sorry, Councillor Abbs.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chairman, and thank you very much for that presentation. You mentioned something in there that how the money is accessed, and I'm very curious about that because as a businessman, if I wanted to arrange or was worried about going overdrawn, I would simply arrange a line of credit and then only take that credit if and when I needed it. Does how the money is accessed? Sorry, do you need a second? Oh, okay. How the is how the money accessed? Is that one of the options that you're effectively arranging a line of credit? And if not, if we're going to receive the money into a bank account, fantastic. I guess we'll get interest on it unless we spend it, but I assume we're also paying interest on it. So I'd be very interested to understand the financial impact of taking the extra loan. Thank you.
Well,
Brooks.
if there's any other.
Councillor Marsh. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, well, we understand the background and appreciate it, the problems raised by Councillor Cottingham and where they come from. And just for the record, I do support the action in applying for the EFS. I'm very glad that it was successful, not least because if we hadn't got it, we'd be close to going bankrupt. So I've just got a couple of points I wanted to make from the papers. One is about the high needs block overspend. So this is 17.5 million by the end of March, 30 million by the end of March next year. And of course, if the statutory override where the government doesn't call it in is withdrawn, we would go straight into section 114 and be effectively bankrupt. And the papers also say that it's going to go up by 15 million a year, suggesting that by 2028, if West Berkshire Council still exists, the high needs blocks or the SEND deficit for special educational needs, special education needs and disabilities will be £60 million. Now, according to the Local Government Association, about half the councils in the country, as Councillor Cottingham indicated, would be in the same boat. So it seems likely that the government will have to address the issue. But while we're waiting for the cavalry to ride to the rescue, I just wonder what strategy we have to address the problem. It would be useful if either Councillor Brooks or Councillor Cottingham at some point during the evening could explain this, because obviously the clawback strategy last summer did not work. And then my other point was about the reserves. So the general fund is estimated to have shrunk to between 3.4 and 3.9 million at the end of the year, down to around 1.6 million after taking into account a drawdown to support the revenue budget. So if the extraordinary financial support that we've received makes a contribution of 30 million to the reserves and 3 million to the revenue budget, okay, so that's about 30 million extra into the reserves, leaving about 14.6 million. The recommended minimum level for the general fund reserves from the Section 115 officer is 9.3 million. So that's about quite a big difference. That leaves about 5.3 million over and above the minimum recommendation. My point is, great, that's a lot of money to be putting aside for a rainy day, but there's no explanation anywhere in these budget papers that I can find as to what that cash will be used for. And I can see no reason why a relatively small amount of it should not be used to further support the revenue budget. It will still leave a very large amount, well over the minimum required in the budget. So we'll return to this, I hope, when we consider our amendment to the budget. But what we will be saying is that there's money there that can avoid the closure of the resource centres, which we're asking you to pause for further information later on in the meeting. But we would say that because of the EFS, the money's there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, could I congratulate the administration on securing the £16 million exceptional financial support from the government. Clearly, this is good news in the short term to boost the general reserve and pay for the shortfall in the current year budget and the one predicted for next. The sad thing about those is they have to be repaid. And assume my maths are correct, then over the 25-year term, the cost of repayment for each and every year, assuming the use of PWLB money, currently at 5.5%, interest and 4% capital sum return is horrendous. It will result in the cost of the future revenue budgets of paying 1.5 million each and every year until 2050. Even if the administration repays the loan using money generated from the sale of the property portfolio, as is being proposed, it will still be in the region of £1 million per annum for the next 18 years until 2043, as we've been repaying the interest and capital repayments and the rents received since the portfolio was purchased in 2017 and 18. The reason for the difference is that the portfolio was purchased when PWLB rates were significantly lower, and they are locked in for the period of the loan. In addition, we will not be seeing the future ongoing rental contribution to the revenue budget, which has been running at over £1 million per annum. The system proposed cleverly gets around the rule that you cannot convert capital receipts to pay for revenue costs. So effectively, the administration has bailed itself out of its financial issues, at least for the short term, at the expense of long-term pain for subsequent administrations. Don't get me wrong, I have some sympathy with the financial situation that the administration finds itself in. If we were running the council, we would similarly have major issues with the growth in costs of adult social care and children's social care, which are just growing exponentially, and certainly beyond the ability to recoup increases from council tax and business rate increases. That said, this administration has not helped itself by what some would say are vanity projects, and I believe more effort could and should have been put into cost control. I only hope the proposed devolution approach will result in further central government finance to cover these growing areas of cost. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor McKinnon.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening, members and members of the public. The comments that Councillor Cottingham made about the MTFS I largely support. It was interesting to see his comment there about it being difficult to forecast financial performance into the future, and I completely get that and agree with it. And I can assure him that he's my understanding of that as we go through the next couple of years. It's not an understanding I was always given when I was in administration, even outside of the COVID times. I even know what the leader's writing on his notepad right now. But yes, forecasting is an art rather than a science. I think in terms of the substantive stuff in the MTFS, I'm broadly neutral. But as I was always at pains to say, the first column in that table in the MTFS is this year's revenue budget. And this year's revenue budget, I have got a couple of big problems with, and I don't think I can support that, which means I don't think I can support the MTFS. We have bin collections being degraded in this year's revenue budget. We have winter gritting being spread far too thinly. And we have the dreadful uncertainty hanging over our resource centres in this year's revenue budget. That is not a budget I can support. Therefore, it's not an MTFS I can support. On those individual items, I'll be commenting a lot more later. But to quote Simon Cowell, it's a no from me.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Chairman. Of course, it would help if the government, various governments, Conservative, now Labour, gave councils a 3-year settlement. And I understand they're going to look at doing that next year. That would help our planning. And it's not been there. Turning and using capital to pay revenue, Councillor Wollaston, governments have been doing it for decades. Councils have not been allowed to. This is a workaround. It is with risk. But your government and many governments before have been borrowing plenty of money to pay for day-to-day costs. So they ought to practice what they preach. It is good to get the exceptional financial support, and thank you for your support for it. How many councils up and down the country are really just about gone, just about cannot keep the lights on? Now, we asked for 16 million when Windsor and Maidenhead asked for 103 million. We needed some to help us, and Councillor Wollaston, Councillor Cottingham will give you more precise answers about the gearing on it. We are not close to going bankrupt. People keep saying that. What it would have meant if we hadn't got that 3 million that we can use to support next year's budget is about £5 million of cuts we would have had to bring back here, which we would have done. We would have done. But by golly, that would have hurt the residents of West Berkshire. But the exceptional financial support gives us a breathing space. There is more to do here. And Councillor Wollaston, when you talk about cost control, your administration, sir, was the one that let temporary workers here balloon up to £12 million, which we've got back towards £7 million. Don't talk to me about cost control. We're doing what you should have done over quite a few years, sir. That cost control is going on and continues to go on. This morning, as every Thursday morning, we come in and go through every hire, both temporary and permanent, and we scrutinise whether we can afford it or not. That's cost control, and that's what we're doing. Now, an MTFS is, as you say, Councillor McKinnon, a bit more of an art than a science in terms of forecasting. And the uncertainty of the demand on us from both adult social care and special education needs, home to school transport, that double whammy coming at councils up and down the country makes it harder than ever to forecast properly in an MTFS. So we need more help. We need more help. People understand that councils up and down the country need more help. And this exceptional financial support enables us to do that. On the housing, the high needs block, the big thing about it is we're now spending a lot of money supporting the interest payable on the borrowing to support the housing needs block. Okay, so you've got that's real money in our revenue. We can't roll up the interest. We roll up the cost of the high needs block and the SEN support. The clawback worked of a fashion, Councillor Marsh, in as much as there was money taken back and put against the high needs block. But, you know, to challenge us and say to us, how are you going to manage the high needs block? Please ask every council in the country, as well as us. And you'll get them scratching their heads saying, frankly, I don't know. So a county like Hampshire, with billions of pounds to spend, are saying to the government, we're on the brink. We're on the brink. Much, much bigger than us. So that is we can't give you an answer that says we'll manage this high needs block because it is beyond our ability to manage that demand and beyond the ability of so many councils up and down the country.
1 minute left, Councillor Brooks.
Yes, I do love the countdown. I do love the countdown. I think Councillor Cunningham may not have noticed it earlier, but honestly, it's just the job. I mean, I can just carry on now. I mean, we did have lights at the old Berkshire Council, little light bulbs, and one would come on green, then it would go amber. But now look at the modern technology. Is it AI related at all? There is.
Don't be wasting your time, Councillor.
Still got time. I've still got time to wrap this up. I think this is a very good medium-term financial plan in the most difficult circumstances. And everybody knows how difficult it is. Well done to everybody for bringing this home. It sets us fair the next 3 years as best it can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cotton, if you want to respond to any points raised in the debate and to make any concluding comments.
Thank you, Chair. Will my clock reset? It does. So to address the first question from Councillor Abbs, we're currently in discussion with the ministry over the conditions associated with the actual drawdown. So what we're trying to do is work out what is the optimum time to actually access the funds. So Section 151 officer is actually speaking with other local authorities as well. So we will do the best possible strategy to draw the monies down. Moving on to the high needs block, yes, it's something which is, part of, you could argue, is outside our control regarding educational healthcare plans. We are also looking at, can we do some of the provision in-house as well to reduce that cost? But yes, it is a snowball running down the hill for us, and we're not the only local authority to have that as well. For the reserves, there are some strict conditions over the exceptional financial support. Those conditions have yet to be explained to us. We are expecting a visit to review the books, what we're doing. It's not a blank check, we can go out and spend money. That's not the case. We made a very strict promise within the letter that it would be used to top up our reserves. It's not a case that we can spend with that. And as I say, regarding the commercial property portfolio, yes, we will be using it, but as you're well aware, Councillor Wollaston, the fact there was no sinking fund within the property portfolio, so that what it means is that £1 million would be a lot less, because we would have to start providing monies to make sure those assets were of fit for purpose. So, as I say, with the MTFS, it is very much about understanding what's driving the costs, and the fact that we are restricted by only being able to increase our council tax by 4.99%, i.e. 2.99 plus 2% for the adult social care provision. And for the next, for the term of our office, I can't see this other than being increased by other than 4.99%. And as my colleague, Councillor Brooks said, unless the government addresses the crisis in social care costs and changes the method of which local government funding is made, we're going to be in this position where we are always going to be short of funds to be able to cope with the increase in demand of providing to the most vulnerable people, which we have to look after in West Berkshire. So I move to adopt this report.
Thank you. Could the Monitor Officer conduct the vote by a show of hands?
Thank you, Chairman. Can I please ask all members in favour of the proposal to please raise their hands? Thank you. And those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. I can confirm that that proposal has been carried, Chairman.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 5, Investment and Borrowing Strategy Financial Year 2025-26. May I invite Councillor Ian Cottam to formally move the recommendation contained within the report.
I move.
May I ask for a seconder?
Happy to second, Chairman, and reserve my right.
Councillor Brooks. Okay. And may I invite Councillor Cottam to introduce the report? You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. As previously mentioned, we live in a period of exceptional uncertainty and risk. It's therefore critical that we manage our liquidity risk in a prudent, risk-averse way. Our investment and borrowing strategy for 25-26 sets out where we borrow and invest cash to meet our working capital cash flow requirements. It is imperative that our Treasury team understand and evaluate the risk of raising and placing your money with financial institutions. I can confirm there is a rigorous process to assess risk and to comply with Treasury management indicators, such as having a weighted average £10 million of liquid investment cash funds on deposit throughout the financial year, and no more than 30% of our borrowing to be short-term, i.e. less than 1 year. Despite the requirement to fund the DSG, Delegated Schools Grant, and High Needs Block deficit, increase of 12.5 million next year, in our 25-26, our projected borrowing levels are below our boundary levels, which helps us fund the capital programme, which we'll discuss later on this evening, 1 year in arrears. However, the increasing financial pressure to fund the DSG will mean that the Council's new borrowing requirement of 344 million will exceed the liability benchmark of 339 million in the financial year ending 31st of March 2027, as described in sections 7.2 and 7.3 of the report on pages 44 and 45. The capital programme is funded by a mixture of external borrowing, internal cash and capital receipts from the divestment of assets and our commercial property portfolio. Historically, our weighted average cost of borrowing is 3.8%. Currently, the cost of borrowing from the Public Works Loan Board is around about 5.5–6%. Our aim in 25-26 is to keep the weighted average of borrowing below 4.2%. It makes financial sense to recycle the capital proceeds arising from the divestment of our commercial buy-to-let property portfolio to fund our capital programme, thus saving on the current interest on our borrowing. I'm pleased to confirm with the agreed exceptional financial support, we'll be able to relaunch, if we wish, a municipal bond. We previously issued one for 1 million for green initiatives across West Berkshire. We're issuing a similar bond in 25-26, will be an option to fund the solar farm. Another source of finance which we're evaluating is the Wealth Fund, which is wholly owned by the Treasury. This allows local authorities to access funding for green infrastructure, such as the Graiseley solar farm, below the Public Works loan borrowing rates. Lastly, our Section 151 officer is confident that the investment and borrowing strategy provides an effective, robust, prudent platform to support the Council's capital programme and approved strategy in addition to the borrowing required as a result of the exceptional financial support. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, before I open this up to the floor, I'd like to welcome Alderman Rick Jones to the meeting. It's a long time since I've seen you, Rick. Lovely to see you. Thank you very much. And I'll open it up to the floor. Councillor McKinnon.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Councillor Cottingham, for that proposal. I'm glad you mentioned commercial property. Now, the commercial property portfolio was a success story in the administration prior to the previous one. The leader wins the prize for the first mention of previous administrations tonight. I wonder if it will be the last or not. But back in 2018, the administration established this commercial property portfolio in common with lots of other councils who were taking advantage of cheap borrowing rates to invest in commercial property with a much higher return than the cost of the borrowing. And that was done with cross-party support in 2018. And the strategy was put to council back then. The lack of a sinking fund didn't appear to trouble Liberal Democrat members at that point, who gave it their full-throated support. And not only that, they said, you should have done this earlier, guys, and you should have done more of it. Fast forward a few years and we're being told that it was a disastrous idea, it's too risky, and what on earth were you thinking, not having a sinking fund in there? It is a comfort blanket you're hearing from the other side about this. It's a comfort blanket, it's an excuse that allows them to reverse ferret their position on commercial property. Now, we all know that the first commandment in the holy book of liberal democratism is thou shalt have it both ways. Well, they are trying to have it both ways as per normal. The commercial property portfolio generated £1 million of clear profit every year that was put towards services like resource centres, like garden, like bin collections and winter gritting. And now that's being sold off at a song. And the most ridiculous thing happened a couple of years ago. Do you remember, everyone? When the executive, who didn't have the power to do it, by the way, the executive announced to the entire world they were going to sell off the entire portfolio with a hard deadline. What does that do to buyers in the market,
You've
folks?
got a minute left,
do you think that? Thank you, Chairman. I can see the sign. What do you think buyers in the market do at that point? If they were going to bid 5 million for a building, maybe just 4.5 then, lads, given we know you've got to sell it by 2027. So they're doing it. They're selling it off at a song. That naive pre-announcing to the market made the national media at that time. It was dreadful. So, yeah, that £1 million of clear profit, it was more than enough to cover all of those things that are being cut in tonight's revenue budget, as well as any maintenance that would come up. It's a long-term, low-risk income that the council's giving up, and it's very sad, and it's for that reason I cannot support this strategy.
Thank you. Marsh.
Thank you, Chair. Well, let's not spend all evening delving into history, but if I could just clarify one point, there would have not been cross-party support for that venture had there been any Greens on the council at the time. And in fact, we were warning about the folly of these investments before we were even elected to the council. More than £50 million spent on commercial properties, no connection to West Berkshire, that were worth barely 40 million by March 2024. And as we said at the time, that money could have been invested in West Berkshire. For example, that's what it cost Granger to build the flats in Market Street. The council could have built them with that money. They could have retained ownership, and now we'd have the rental income in perpetuity instead of signing it all over to the developer, having given them the site in the first place, by the way, in return for a rather flimsy bus station, which was not a great deal. But we're just a bunch of watermelons who don't know anything about finance, apparently. But actually, on this one, I'm telling you, we were dead right. And I'm just saying this because on this issue, we are very pleased to see that the current administration has taken our advice, decided to cut the council's losses, and will have the use of the capital receipts from those sales, which I hope happen as soon as possible, to support the council's budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Abbs.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I wasn't really going to say anything to this because in 2018 I wasn't a councillor, so it was before my time. But I can understand why the Lib Dems said we should have done it earlier, or they should have done it earlier, because by the time we got to 2019, it was all kind of over for doing those type of things. And in fact, all the trouble had begun because what really happened was the government of the times went around telling everybody you should be doing this and running lectures and so on, forcing everybody to do it. And actually, the only ones that ain't made any real money on it were the ones that went really early. By the time we were starting to get into it as a council, it was getting a bit late. Now, I get the fact that we were lucky enough to make some money for a few years, but that was really risky because there was lots of various offices laying empty for quite long periods of time. So risk, value, reward. Well, as a businessman, I wouldn't have gone there, not in 2018. But if you'd asked me in 2015, I very probably would have gone there because people around that time were making money. So that's all I really want to say. Whenever we take a look at things like this, the timing of it and the government push, what is the government telling us to do, is key here. You know, well, why are we all in trouble with all our budgets? I've said it many times before. It's because they ask us to fix a point in time and say, what's your budget going to be? And then don't fund it properly because send and all those things are variable costs. We don't know what's going to happen next month. We don't know how many people are going to come and need that service. So how on earth can you fix a cost accurately when there's so much variation? So where does the problem lie? It's not actually with any of the administrations at the local council level. The problem is how the government funds things in the first place.
Thank you. Councillor Brooks.
Sorry,
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman. I will be brief. I'm frankly surprised in these straitened times there is further expenditure within the capital budget, which whilst is desirable is not urgent and could be deferred until the budget as a whole is back under control in future years. In particular, the proposal for £18 million to be spent on the solar farm when there is as yet no guaranteed income return. And secondly, the refurbishment of the dry side at Northcroft Leisure Centre at a cost of £5.5 million, giving me a combined total of £23.5 million. Using the same assumptions I've made previously, this would indicate using current PWLB interest rates and a capital return over 25 years, a cost in the order of £2.25 million for each and every year against the revenue budget until 2050. This seems to me to be an administration that is out of control. Two expensive projects which could easily be deferred, saving pressure on the budget. I am, however, pleased that the modest amount of money is being found to provide £2.5 million to help overcome the nutrient neutrality issue within the Lambourne Valley, of which I am chairman of the Valley Flood Forum. Thank you. This will enormously help my ward of Lambourne and the wards downstream towards Newbury by allowing a new affordable housing to be developed and the future growth of a vitally important racehorse industry in the valley. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Brooks. All right.
Thank you, Chairman. The idea of buying these properties, we did agree with, but we would have probably done it more locally. And I certainly agree with Councillor Marsh that had we invested in housing, instead of giving council-owned property away for a peppercorn, £1, we would have had those housing, our residents would have benefited from them, and in both being able to live in them, and also we would have had rent from them. So I'm very, and council tax, thank you, a triple upside. I'm very keen on investing in things. I look down the road at Eastleigh, and Keith House, who's run that as a Liberal Democrat for many years, owns the airport. It's the gift that just keeps on giving. So there's nothing wrong with investing in property and in commercial organisation and also in housing. Nothing wrong with it. But had we had more perspicacity when you introduced this, I think we rather assumed you put some money away as a sinking fund. We shouldn't have assumed that because, of course, you didn't. And you kept living off the £1 million a year and creating a time bomb that all of a sudden you'd have to, we now would have to spend 10 million keeping the properties rent-outable. Is that a word? Ability to rent out. You get my drift. So we weren't against the investment. But, you know, in unwinding it now, we're not just using that money for day-to-day running costs. We're doing something called transformation. And Councillor Paul will tell us more about that later. Transforming the way we deliver services to deliver them more efficiently, more cheaply, and get that return on investment of money coming back from that property portfolio and using it wisely to improve services and reduce costs. What's not to like? It's interesting that we've got to 6:30, an hour in, and the insults come. The insults start coming. I always know I'm doing all right in a debate when they start to insult us. You know, the Liberal Democrats want it both ways. I think it might have said Liberals, that insults us a bit more. And then if you keep saying something long enough, you're selling it at a song, people might start believing you. Well, actually, on the one property we have sold to date, the one property out of all of them, the one property we've sold to date, we did not make a loss, not one penny. Not one penny. Councillor Cottingham can support that when he sums up. So you might want to keep trying to frighten everybody with these outlandish, blood-curdling statements about you're selling it at a song. But frankly, we're not. And to say it ended up in the national papers, let me tell you what's happened in the national papers recently. That Sills scandal that you introduced is now being reported in the national papers. So, you know, hold your head in shame about that. So there were reasons to do it, which we supported. It was implemented poorly, and now it's coming home to roost. We're having to unwind it. Getting back to this strategy, I commend it. It's a good one. You support some of it. You'd have done some of it as well. and it makes sense. And I am happy to second it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cottingham, if he wants to respond to any points raised in the debate and make any concluding comments.
Thank you, Chair. I will, yes. So moving on the point over the commercial property portfolio, we've debated this long and hard for a number of times. All I would say is that the government changed the rules a few years ago to prevent councils into borrowing money for commercial investment because of the risk of what councils were doing, getting into areas which weren't part of their core business, areas which they didn't fully understand, leaving the council taxpayers open to potential periods where these assets weren't being rented out, and also where the actual asset value has fallen significantly as well. So there was a surge, a bit of a gold rush, which inflated prices. And my sort of take on this, that the people seem to have won from this, have been all the advisors taking their fees, advising councils to borrow 2%, and also then the fees which they have to collect the monies on our behalf. So yes, there was money which went towards the revenue fund, but ultimately that money would have to be over the next few years absorbed to actually make sure those assets are fit for purpose and making sure we did have the rental income within that. So it is been a process of de-risking, reducing the exposure to residents and actually using the money to part of our transformation programme, and also within the letter for exceptional financial support, we'll be using the proceeds to actually pay off the loan which we're getting as well. So there will be a financial benefit, as I say, of disposing of our of our commercial property. With regarding the £18 million investment in the solar farm, that is, the payback for that is 10 years. It will be contributing in 10 years' time a benefit to us from a revenue perspective. Also contributes to our net zero strategy as well, and also delivers significant number of carbon credits. So it is a win-win for the residents of West Berkshire. I move to adopt the investment and borrowing strategy report.
Thank you very much. Please could the monitoring officer conduct the vote by a show of hands?
Thank you, Chairman. Can I please ask all members in favour of the proposal to raise their hands? And those against? And any abstentions? I thank you. I can confirm, Chairman, that that proposal has been carried.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 6, the capital strategy financial years 2025-26 and 2028-29. May I invite Councillor Ian Cottingham to formally move the recommendation contained within the report.
Thank you, Chair. I move.
Does that find a seconder?
Happy to second. Thank you, Chairman, and reserve my right.
May I invite Councillor Cotton to introduce the report?
Thank you, Chair. The capital strategy provides an overview of how capital expenditure, capital financing and treasury management contribute towards the provision of public services in West Berkshire. We've heard earlier today about the fact that we're short of revenue cash. It is important to understand the difference between revenue and capital. The source of funds for our capital programme is funded by the proceeds from capital receipts, borrowing money, grants and community infrastructure levy, and Section 106 funding. So we're able to borrow to fund capital, but we can't borrow to fund revenue. This is, from my perspective, and Councillor McKinnon will agree, probably the best report in the evening to deliver. This is where the portfolio holder for finance resources shows the commitment to build better infrastructure for the residents of West Berkshire. Our proposed capital programme over the next 4 years will be investing £182.4 million into West Berkshire across the following areas. 111 million into the environment, 46 million into adult social care, education and SEND, 13 million into finance, property, procurement, ICT, 12 million into development and housing. This investment of 182 million will be funded from council funding of 79 million, external funding of 104 million, 80 million of grants and contributions, 21 million of SIL, and just under 3 million from Section 106. For the forthcoming year ahead, we plan to invest 73 million into services which we're proud of 3 million, Fairer West Berkshire of 12 million, tackling the climate ecological emergency of 26 million, a prosperous and resilient West Berkshire of 23 million, thriving communities, a strong voice of just over 400k, and maintaining operational infrastructure, which is really key to transform West Berkshire of council of 8.4 million. Key areas of investment across West Berkshire are the renewable energy provision, the solar farm of just under 19 million, education of 12 million, including 2.3 million to be spent on Falkland Primary School, Brookfield's expansion of 1.1 million, $500,000 into the Castle School, and a further 3.8 million into capital school maintenance. Highway schemes improvement of 12.1 million, 400k on pavement improvements, 300k on bridge maintenance projects, Phil railway station infrastructure of just under 4 million, and nutrient neutrality for the River Lambourne of 2.4 million. Drainage upgrades and maintenance is really pertinent at the moment, with all the rain we've been having of 1.7 million, electric vehicle recharging of 1 million, and active travel schemes of 1.7 million. I will let my front bench colleagues provide more details of CapEx for their portfolio in due course. A key element to fund the planned capital expenditure within the council is the flexible use of capital receipts that we've spoken earlier about. We continue to de-risk our exposure to our speculative commercial property to buy-to-let property investments. We have a strategic plan with our third-party property agents to dispose these commercial property in a structured way, which gets the best value for the residents of West Berkshire. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have received a proposed amendment in the name of the minority group. Please could Councillor Abbs formally move the minority group's amendment?
I hear so move.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Yes, I second and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. You have 5 minutes to move.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
The motion.
It breaks into 3 areas. Considerations of finance and care director is what I'd like to look at first. And it's about strategic alignment for me. I think we have heard it all that devolution is coming. There's almost no doubt that it's coming. And we are in the process of starting to put our proposals together, which need to be in on the 25th of March. So let's look at the care director replacement. The chances of our new system being the right system are 50-50. If we look north, South Oxfordshire, they use a different system. If we went and looked east towards Reading, actually they use Mosaic, the system that we're thinking of moving to, or are moving to. So we have a 50-50 gamble here to start with. So that's already a risk. With the finance system, the same principles apply. We know something is changing, so why make the change now? Let's just pause. And remember, all of this adds up to nearly 2 million of saving. So it's a pause that's worth taking, because if we don't borrow it, we don't get the interest on it. Now look at some benefits maybe, the allocation of staff. Any new system that we may move to, whether we join forces to South Oxfordshire or go east, there will be expertise in those areas for the systems that we may move to. So in fact, train the trainers already exist and so on and so forth. So that's a possible benefit. So even if we did pause, we could gain that back when the project finally comes through. We have capacity constraints within our staffing. We just heard about every hire needs to be looked at. Okay, well, if they're doing this new transition work for these particular systems, they can't be doing anything else. That's free that resource back up. In fact, the thing that they are most efficient with at the moment, Care Director, is that gives us the biggest bang for the buck. It's a horrible system. The version 6 rollout failed. We know all these things. We know it's not very good. I was going to use some other words there, but it's not very good. So that's okay. We know it's not very good. Let's just stick with it for a little bit. So all of this risk, now I look at Mosaic, which is being rolled out, it's still a work in progress. So there is risk here. If Care Director 6 failed, why should I have faith that a brand new system with all of the nuts and bolts and training and efficiency and everything else that goes with it is going to roll out on time? So actually, I don't just have money that's being, I could potentially save this year. I've got other things that I might save the following year. And I won't talk about operational stability because staying where you are, it gives that, changing doesn't. Regulatory compliance, all those rules are in our existing systems. They're being put into the new system. So there are benefits. And wasting a substantial amount of money or potentially wasting a substantial amount of money now is not really a great idea in my hand. And let's look at final one there. If we are going to devolve, if we're going to be forced into moving to join in somebody else, now guess what, when government forces change on councils, they generally fund it as well. So rather than paying it from our back pockets, let the government take the strain whenever they adopt whatever system we go to. Next, I want to talk about something different, Copilot, AI, search engine. Just do it. It's a feasibility study. Why are we feasibility study on Copilot? It's on everybody's desktop already. And if you are going to do a feasibility study, don't just choose Copilot. I mean, ChatGPT is basically Copilot. What about DeepSeek? What about Grok? What about a Gemini? There's lots of other solutions out there. If we're going to do a feasibility, let's do a proper one. But if we're not doing one and we're not going for Copilot Pro, which is the paid version, just do it because that's the fastest way to a result. And finally, West Berkshire Museum. Got a whole minute here. The level of financial commitment looks like works to me, some structural works, fine. Councillor Gawley ran an EAG meeting not that long ago where we were presented with infrared heating as a solution. In fact, I've heard on Kennet Radio them talking about how we're going to potentially be helping residents who have got some older homes where this type of technology is helpful. Why is it helpful? Because it doesn't heat the air, it heats the infrastructure. So if you're heating the bricks, condensation can't form, mold can't form. So we have a way of solving the problem. And guess what? It's a heritage asset, sorry, and it goes on the wall like a bit of wallpaper. So there are no heritage concerns either. And finally, if we don't like that, then what about some simple dehumidifiers? If it's a spot problem that we're trying to resolve, buy some dehumidifiers and put them. Either way, it's a hell of a lot less money than we've got to set aside in the budget. And I know Vicky is very keen on transformation. I'm just throwing some different ways of transforming what we're doing.
Wind up, Councillor Abbs.
That was it. Thank you. Almost perfect.
I will now open the debate of the proposed minority group amendments to the floor. No. Councillor Poole.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, I understand the reason for Copilot. I understand the reason why we would look at a lot of AI when we come on to talk about later this evening. You'll hear that we're using quite a lot of AI. We're using quite a lot of automations. When it comes to specifically on the Copilot, we can either have a whole load of licenses and not know how to use them, or we can have some licenses and some training and we know how to use them. So what we've done is we've had a look at it and looked at it realistically and said, what do we need to do? So we've got the training, we've got the licenses, and we're just taking down the number of licenses that we're getting. There are wider things that are going on. There's lots of play from central government and the Cabinet Office about looking at Copilot as a national scheme where they can buy Copilot for a lot of other councils. If you look at Derby, they've invested millions, they've invested 6 million into the use of Copilot and the use it flat across the organisation. What every member of staff has and what every member of the public has is using Copilot, which is available through the online, through the HTML World Wide Web. So anyone can go in and use it there to speed up any of the processes. Going back to how we work here at West Berks, we are a Microsoft house. We use Power Automate. We've got lots of integrations across other Microsoft products. it makes a lot more sense for us to use Copilot than Gemini or any other AI systems. So I take your point, but unfortunately, I'm going to stick with what I've got. Thank you. If I can speak just for a moment on Care Director, I know it's not really my area, but I'm going to do it anyway. So sorry, Councillor Brooks. So Care Director, yeah, we spent a lot of time trying to roll that out. And we couldn't get it to work in the way that we wanted it to. In the existing system that we have is end of support. So we need to move to something else. And we need to be compliant. So we are taking the step now and we're going to move to something that's compliant. By the time that we go through devolution and we know who we're partnering with, we're going to be 4 to maybe 5 years down the line before we start amalgamating systems. By the time we start amalgamating systems, Councillor Abbs, you and I both worked in tech. We know how long these systems take to go through and to amalgamate. By that point, there's probably going to be something bigger, something better, and we're going to look to amalgamate all services at that time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fitz.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to just respond to the points made about the museum, the West Berkshire Museum. I think it's worth reminding people that 2.2 million refurbishment was carried out in 2014. And half of that funding, a 1.1 million figure, was provided by the Heritage Lottery Fund. That was done in 2014. One of the conditions of that lottery heritage fund was that regular maintenance was carried out on the museum. Sadly, that doesn't seem to have been the case. So we now have a situation where there is significant damp in the museum, and as has been mentioned, that is a Grade 1 listed building. So we're looking to have a line in the budget as a contingency for us to carry out remedial work. There's been nothing yet gone to procurement about this. This will happen in due course, but we have to have that line in the budget. One of the key points about that is that the museum can do a lot more for us than it is currently doing, and we're looking at that, but you cannot have exhibitions of historical, archaeological artifacts or even artwork on walls that are damp, because the conditions, there's humidity there, it cannot be a good environment for it. And they are already using dehumidifiers there. So I hope that clarifies the question about the museum funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinnon.
Yes, thanks, Chairman, and thanks everyone who's contributed so far. Councillor Abbs, are you ready for this? I agree with everything you just said.
Oh, fantastic.
Has that happened before?
Never.
Right, well, there you go. So I'm totally with you on this gargantuan IT spend that is being proposed here. It's not just Care Director, but it's on the financial management system as well. And you'll know from our group amendment that there's a bit of overlap between it, although we're very much supportive of what Councillor Abbs has put forward there. There's always a reason to spend more on IT when you listen to IT people. Now, I'm not a businessman. I'm just an accountant. But I can tell you that spending £1.5 million on a new IT system when this council is going to be amalgamated with AN other or to any other ones, and the spend could be completely pointless, is not going to go down well with residents. It really isn't. Not when there's other things that we should be spending that money on. So I'm completely with you, Councillor Abbs, on what you've said. I know it's only early, Councillor Brooks, but I mean, if me saying that Liberal Democrats like to have it both ways, if you think that's an insult, your skin's got a lot thinner since I last spoke to you last year. There's some more coming down where that came, let me tell you. I hope you're going to be okay and you're not going to have a wee conniption. But I am already getting a little bit tired of hearing what previous administrations did. So I don't know if you agree with me here. No, well, that's a shame, because it must be, you say that you welcome scrutiny. Well, this is your budget. You've been in for nearly 2 years. Stop blaming other people. It must be amazing being a Liberal Democrat, do you not think? Listen, Chairman, do you hear what just happened there? I got heckled. I got heckled by Councillor Gaines, the Deputy Leader.
Respect.
And do you know what happened, Chairman? The world did not end. It's all right. You don't need to, Denise. It's fine. But it must be amazing. It's always someone else's fault, isn't it? It must be like being Teflon wrapped in grease. There's a brilliant Simpsons episode where Bart gets famous and he goes on the Krusty the Clown show and he's the I didn't do it boy. You know the one? And the joke is that he breaks something and he knocks something over and he goes, I didn't do it. This is the Liberal Democrats. They are the I didn't do it party. It's always somebody else. Let's talk about your performance, folks. Never mind 2015 or 2014 or whatever. So this has been a really long-winded way, quite entertaining way, but a long-winded way of saying I support this amendment completely. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Abs, thank you for your comments. I loved it. Co-pilot, just do it. Mosaic, just don't. And Councillor McKinnon and Adrian, Councillor Abs, relying on devolution to answer our questions, answer our problems, I don't think is going to do it. This is, Councillor McKinnon talks about lack of responsibility. I think sticking your heads in the sand and waiting for some kind of super council isn't going to do this. With with Care Director, costs are very high. Support's running out on that. We can't run the council effectively with a programme like Care Director that doesn't integrate properly with others. We're already having problems dealing with the system that doesn't perform. Councillor Abs, I think important to remember before we moved over, or before we started the move over to Mosaic, we spent a lot of time looking at doing the due diligence, doing the research to make sure that it worked. And I think we should respect the work of the officers up to now to do that. Thank you.
Sir Anthony.
Thank you, Chairman. I didn't intend to speak, but I just heard the arguments. I just wanted to clarify. Someone from IT, and I know I should trust, and we should trust on expertise from council pool and officers in the council on the IT side. Just wanted to clarify, Councillor McKinnon and Councillor Abs, we should invest in our out of support systems, not just for efficiency, which is important, but also an important aspect on the resiliency and vulnerability, because there is foreign threats, government is looking into it, and every organization should look into those aspects, and we should have a robust systems, IT systems, which should be able to prevent or sustain vulnerability attacks from foreign, especially from foreign countries like Russia and China. So every organization should be prepared, and we should be prepared and spending this money. And I trust transformation program and the officers that they are spending this money for that efficiency and preventing us. So for the residents, it's not just about another IT system, it's about that preventing that vulnerability and having that vulnerability. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brooke.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I mean, if we're going into insults and we're going to have a bit of knockabout, bring it on. Bring it on. I'm happy. I'm happy to talk about the gargantuan waste of money that you spent, actual fact, looking back on Care Director 6, 3 years to get an upgrade. 3 years. After 1 year, Councillor Abs, we should have known it couldn't be done, and you cut your losses, and then you might have implemented Mosaic then. So bring it on. If you've got more insults later or remarks, they're not insults, they're a bit of fun. Let's treat them as a bit of fun. And afterwards, for the gallery, maybe we'll go and have a glass of wine. How about that? So let's go on to devolution. Let's go on to devolution. This word that suddenly is going to overtake our lives. It could happen quickly. We could merge with other councils quickly. The government may not have the capacity to enable all these councils up and down the country to do it quick. And I saw you nod, Councillor Abs, when somebody said it could take 4 or 5 years. And you went, no chance. Got to be really quick. Not necessarily. There's 9 gone into the first tranche. Let's see how they get on. We are making some decisions. We're looking into it. We're taking some preferred ways to go.
You might be a part of that next week in the advisory group, I don't know. And we'll come up with a position that would suit us. But in the meantime, you need systems that are fit for purpose, that help the staff be more efficient, save them time. Therefore, that is money, better for the resident, a better customer experience. You don't mark time with a system that will be unsupported and frankly not fit for purpose, wasn't fit for purpose 3-4 years ago when we tried to upgrade it. So you just don't take that risk. So, similarly, I think Councillor Cottingham will talk about the financial system. The museum, actually, if we can get it right, there's space in there that we can take stuff out of a storage unit we're paying for, get it in the museum and save money. There is a natural reason to do these things, and we would wish you to support the capital budget. You're obviously not going to, but just taking these things out is a false saving. And the Section 151 officer said it would be a false saving. There would be no saving if we cancel Mosaic tomorrow. No saving at all, because and the Section 151 officer wouldn't allow you to have any savings to take forward to the revenue budget. It's there in her statements. So where am I? I've only been going 30 seconds according to that. I can carry on. No. I've said enough, but Councillor McKinnon, I look forward to a bit of knockabout as we go forward. So don't worry about my skin. I can take whatever is going. I've been around. I'm a council house boy. You know, I know how to do a bit of knockabout, as you well know. So finally, this amendment. When you put these amendments together, you think they're good. I understand that they don't work for us. I have been known to say, and I mean it, there will be amendments that you put forward from that side of the chamber that we will want to take. We will not be going back again to the last 18 years of the Conservatives who took one amendment out of hundreds in that time. We will not be like that. But this doesn't do it for us because it's a false saving. The economies are not there. And that's why we will be voting against it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. I've got a point of order by Councillor Adrian Abbs.
Yeah, I wasn't sure it was a point of order, a point of clarification.
Sorry.
Sorry? Oh, sorry, I'd apologise. Yeah, I'm being very lazy, aren't I? A lot of what you said, Councillor Brooks, is simply an opinion. And I did come to you beforehand to try and discuss this. So you can't have an opinion that's fact. I'm a veteran of the IT industry of something like 35 years.
Is this a point of order, Chairman?
It is a point of clarification.
I went into IT in 1970, sir.
Well done.
A veteran. Good God, you're wet behind the ears compared to 1970. I tell you, I'm a mainframe dinosaur.
I don't know why you're getting insulting about this. I'm trying.
Councillor Abbs.
Yeah, the point being is you can't express opinions as facts.
Councillor Abbs.
And it's an opinion that I'm hearing. And what my amendment says is
Councillor Abbs
for a year, not to cancel it. And that's what I want to. I did not say put cancel. I said pause. Not out of order. I'm just explaining.
Councillor Kander.
Thank you. Just again, just a point of clarification that Councillor Anthony, I can't see your surname, so apologies. Security and against threats doesn't typically come with this kind of software platform. It would be done in other places. So all I wanted to make sure is that the public were not thinking that this expenditure is about protecting us from threats, because it can't be, because that would be firewalls and DDoS protectors and all that sort of thing at the edge of the networks, not within the software. Not that I'm in IT and not that I'm a businessman or anything like that. And the only other thing I would say with regards to the fact that whether or not we become unitary or not, any business that is in the middle of potentially merging with another business stops all unnecessary expenditure. They go to their vendors and they'll get end-of-life support to extend things, because I have customers come to me all the time trying to do that. And we'll find another year, we'll find another 2 years. And then that supports the potential delay by another year to save this money for this year's budget. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Macro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this idea of taking out the social care management system from the capital budget. The current system, as we've heard, is Care Director. The contract to run Care Director expires in November this year. So we do have to replace it. We do not have any choice at all.
Councillor Reid.
Just a point of clarity for Councillor Canda's point. I am also an expert, subject matter expert in cybersecurity and in resilience. And I was somewhat shocked that you would only do the fences around the outside. It's defence in depth. You look at the code, you look at the resilience, you look make sure it's all kept patched. And that's what you need to do. If it's out of support, the code can't be maintained securely.
Right, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm formally seconding Councillor Abb's amendment. We find ourselves in a position that seldom occurs, maybe once every 30 years or so. A financial straitjacket and looming devolution and council restructuring. Just weeks ago, this seemed uncertain to me, but now looks increasingly likely. But we don't know which way it will go or in which multi-authority we will end up in. And of course, different authorities to our own are using different technology systems. In this situation, we must be cautious and not throw money away on projects whose future is uncertain. It makes perfect sense to me that we should pause any progress with the replacement for the social care management system and remove it from the budget and wait until we know where devolution is taking us. I note officers' opinions relating to the implications of this amendment, should it be carried, but could we not try to reach agreement with our provider on either a pause in the contract or renegotiated terms? Depending on the devolution outcome, it may be possible to continue later. The same applies to the financial management system. Don't take risky decisions when there is a very uncertain future. Wait until you know how the land lies, as we would if determining our own personal budgets. I would also like to draw attention to our staffing restraints, which I may return to later in debate. If we are staffing the introduction of new systems we may never use, we are utilising resource that could be better used elsewhere. We should focus our spending on projects that we know have to happen, school rebuilding, for example. With regard to the West Berkshire Museum, dam condition improvements, there are lower cost alternatives that should be further explored. Dehumidifiers, infrared heating, I would add better ventilation of the building as well. I know Council Labs has made other suggestions in this respect. The co-pilot feasibility study saving proposed, though smaller, is worthwhile and should include studying options other than Microsoft. We've estimated that these savings could amount to almost £2 million and that this should be transferred to address the strains on the revenue budget. I urge Council to give these amendments careful consideration and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Eddie Nabbs.
Thank you. I want to be clear what the amendment, it was put forward to help you with the situation you're in, which is an incredibly horrible budget. Okay, there's no two ways about it. This is a horrible. And we was talking about a pause with these amendments, not a cancellation, which it seems to have been inferred. Talking about the museum and saying, well, you know, there are other technologies. The amendment just says halve the budget, because if what we was presented at EAG with this infrared heating is a very actual solution, and it seemed to work on as the demo they did on the floor just here, then why aren't we? Why do we want to spend so much money? You know, it just doesn't. I'm trying to give you options to save yourselves money. None of that is meant in a catching you out way or typical politicking that seems to go on. I'm tired of all that, as you all know. All I'm offering you is ways of saying, now, unfortunately, you're going to vote on this as a block. So you can't even take them one at a time. I assume that's what's going to happen, which is a real pity again. Because say you fancy that, oh, okay, we'll give that co-pilot thing, we'll just do it. We won't go for the paid version. You know, to be honest, most people could be using it and should be using it if they're looking at their, careers. You know, using AI and using all those things is just part of daily business life. And I'm pretty sure if we took a poll of the officers, they pretty much all used it already in one form or another. So what I'm trying to say is quite simple. Please don't think of me as the opposition here. It was so I'm not sure why you're laughing, Jeff. They were brought to you as genuine possible options where you may not have looked at. And I get the whole care director thing. I was on the executive when we had the first meeting and it was presented what an absolute mess it was. And I think the first decision we made back then, which would be about June 2023, was get rid of it. Don't do any more. Here we are in March 2025. And we've got a program which I didn't see the end date of the delivery of that program. I'm just saying pause. Not every change is a good change. And when you have the opportunity to save up to 2 million in your capital budget with some risk, I'm not saying there's no risk, some risk, but it's a relatively low risk. And even if you reject care director because it's so risky, that was one of the two systems that we spoke about. So there's an opportunity here. I can already see, because Jeff's already said you're all voting against it. So I guess in your pre-meeting, that's what you decided to do. I just wonder if any one of you will go, what he said does make a little bit of sense. I'll vote with him. It would be nice to see a break from the block voting, but I guess we're not going to see that.
Thank you. Now, the proposer of the original motion, who shall not otherwise speak, Councillor Cottingham.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit confused. Reading the amendment, it says social care management system replacement removed from the programme, saving £960,000.
This year's programme, yes. This year's programme. This removed this year's programme, yes.
However, as you can see, the opinion from the Section 151 officer states that we've already spent money this current financial year, 24-25. It's due to be completed by 25-26. Do you think it's really realistic that you're going to defer an IT project for a year? I don't think so. I think we would face our auditors challenging us, and to date, I believe we've already spent £500,000. So there is a very strong risk of we would have to take a hit to our revenue account of £500,000. That is a really strong risk. Moving on to the financial management system, our supplier, Unit 4, in October last year, gave us notice that they were terminating support. They're moving to a new cloud-based offering, and unsupported patches will not be applied. So we run the risk of having our major financial system unsupported with patches which won't work, manual wraparounds to support the current system, meaning that we will incur additional cost to do these manual wraparounds, additional risk. We've heard the debate over IT security. We do live in a very high risk environment where we do have overseas actors attacking systems. And point of the discussion, which my colleague Councillor McKinnon talks about, the disclosure, we're actually giving these actors, we know the fact that we have a system which is not going to be supported. So IT security has to be at the forefront to protect the integrity of our financial systems, and also will improve our ability to produce management accounts in a more timely manner as well. So from my consideration, those two systems are actually key to the integrity and efficiency of how we operate and transform the business of West Berkshire Council.
Thank you. Having heard the debate, I intend to take the proposed amendments as one block and have a single vote. Members, I will now ask the monitoring officer to conduct a formal vote on the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Chairman. I will now call out each member's name in alphabetical order, and I'd be grateful if each member would indicate how they wish to cast their vote, i.e. for the decision, against the decision, or to confirm if they wish to abstain. Thank you. Councillor Adrian Abbs.
For.
Councillor Anthony Armitage.
I vote against the amendment.
Councillor Phil Barnett.
I vote against.
Councillor Dennis Bennyworth.
For.
Councillor Dominic Bowick.
For.
Councillor Jeff Brooks.
Against.
Councillor Patrick Clark.
Against.
Councillor Heather Codling.
Against.
Councillor Martin Colston.
Against.
Councillor Ian Cottingham.
Against.
Councillor Laura Coyle.
Against.
Councillor Caroline Culver.
For.
Councillor Billy Drummond.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Foote.
Against.
Councillor Denise Gaines.
Against.
Councillor Stuart Gawley.
Against.
Councillor Clive Hooker.
For.
Councillor Owen Jeffrey.
Against.
Councillor Paul Kander.
For.
Councillor Jane Langford.
For.
Councillor Janine Lewis.
Against.
Councillor Ross McKinnon.
For.
Councillor Alan McCrow.
Against.
Councillor David Marsh.
For.
Councillor Jeff Mays. Councillor Justin Pemberton.
Against.
Councillor Vicky Poole.
Against.
Councillor Christopher Reid.
Against.
Councillor Matt Shakespeare.
Against.
Councillor Richard Sumner.
For.
Councillor Stephanie Stevenson.
Against.
Councillor Joanne Stewart.
For.
Councillor Louise Sturgis.
Against.
Councillor Clive Taylor.
For.
Councillor Martha Vickers.
Against.
Councillor Tony Vickers.
Against.
Councillor Howard Wollaston. Thank you, Chairman. I can confirm that this amendment has been rejected.
Thank you. We have now received a proposed amendment in the name of the Conservative Group. Please could I ask Councillor Ross McKinnon to formally move the Conservative Group amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I so move.
Thank you very much. Does that find a seconder?
Happy to second, Chairman.
And
I reserve my right.
yeah, sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Chairman.
Sorry, I've lost my.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Abbs, great minds think alike. There we go. And so do ours. No, tough crowd. All right. This gets worse, by the way. No, we actually had very similar ideas on this. We don't need to rehash the debate, I don't think, about IT. I'm not sure what the members of the public watching now would. Have you had enough of IT? I think you probably have. So I'm going to cut that bit out. There we go. Councillor Cottingham, you talked to me earlier on about a dislike that you have of advisors taking fees. And finally, we have some clarity about the £340,000 in the capital programme for the playing pitch action plan. How long have you guys been thinking about the playing pitches since taking power in May 2023? That's nearly 2 years. And we're told tonight, wasn't told this a couple of weeks ago at Executive, but I was told tonight, we were all told tonight, that £340,000 presumably is going to be spent on advisors and their fees, helping you come up with an action plan. Not £1 of that's going to go on a football pitch. It's going to go on consultants to tell you what to do. How about deciding yourselves what you're going to do and save the council £340,000? I think we can all think of better uses for £340,000 than spending it on consultants and advisors and fees, Councillor Cottingham. I completely agree with you. Now, Councillor Brooks, you mentioned actually, I'll take you off the hook for a couple of seconds, Councillor Brooks. Our amendments are really in two halves. So yes, we'd like to take out some things from the capital programme, two of which Councillor Abbs has already put forward, the two IT systems, and then the third one is this consultancy cost for a playing pitch action plan. But there's a reason behind it, because if we don't borrow that money next year, then we don't have to repay it next year, and we have some capital financing costs. And when it comes to the revenue budget, you'll see the other half of my amendment. I'm saying that we should keep bin collection of general waste every 2 weeks rather than 3. And I'm saying that we should keep winter gritting on its current schedule and not spread it as thinly as the administration proposes. But Councillor Brooks, back on now. You mentioned the S151 comment earlier on. That comment is that contract termination costs of the care director upgrade are likely to offset any capital financing savings. Well, likely doesn't mean will. And, well, how much will those costs be? We don't know. And also, there is a process. Businessman speak coming up, folks. There is a process called negotiation with a supplier. You heard of that one, Councillor Kanda. Don't just supinely give up on it. Maybe you could negotiate with them. This council is not going to exist in 5 years. Maybe start with that. It can't be done is not a position I would have expected of an administration led by Councillor Jeff Brooks. That's a compliment, by the way, Jeff. Okay? There's always something to be done. Right? Now, the administration, before the election, they were quite happy to tell the residents that things that couldn't be done could be done. They told you that the garden waste charge would be got rid of, phased out. This budget now has more people than ever paying that garden waste charge, and it raising more money than ever before. That's what they said. They're quite happy to give that a go, even although it couldn't be done. And they also told residents that they were going to change the local plan that had already been submitted and sent to the inspector. That couldn't be done, but they said that it could. Well, come on, this is a contract with a supplier. I'm sure they want some more of our money. Get negotiating with them. Okay. The key win here, though, is not just taking things out of the capital programme. It's the savings on capital financing that it will allow us to put towards things that are being cut in this revenue budget that don't need to be cut. That's it for me, Chairman, on that. Thanks for listening, everyone.
Thank you. I will now open the debate to the proposed Conservative Group amendment to the floor. Councillor Pitt.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, far be it from me to dare to say that Councillor McKinnon is just plain wrong about his supposition that the Playing Pitch Action Plan is going to be, the funding for that is going to be spent on consultants. That's, I'm afraid, simply not the case. The Playing Pitch Strategy, which is being worked on now and is due to finish probably end of June, very early of July of this year, will inform by an evidence base where the pitches are short, where we're needing pitches in our district, and the Playing Pitch Action Plan will then provide the funding to implement that playing pitch strategy. So the consultants are being utilised with the playing pitch strategy, not the action plan. The money, the £340,000, if you like, is pump priming so that once that playing pitch strategy reports, we can then implement some of its findings by starting to put pitches in to areas, possibly even Burfield. You've spoken to me about the football club up there. So these are the sort of things that we can do. And when we get to the next financial year, and by that I mean 2026, 2027, we will know how much to put in our budget to implement that playing pitch strategy. I hope that's clarified that point, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Chair. Just rather than raise it as a point of order when we're voting, could I make a plea? I don't want to drag out proceedings unnecessarily, but could I make a plea that there be two votes on this? Because it seems to me that the first two items in the Conservative amendment we've debated pretty fully, and you probably can guess that we would be inclined to support those, not necessarily the third one. And it seems they don't really fit together terribly well. It doesn't seem appropriate to have to vote for them all. And there's quite an important issue here, which has come up quite often down the years. You know, we're supposed to be voting on the merits of the proposals, not voting as groups en bloc for things that our leader, in this case me, tells us what to do. We don't do that. We don't think other people should do that. If there's a good proposals from the Conservatives, same as if there are good proposals from the Liberal Democrats, we support them. But we don't just vote as a block for anything that one particular group puts forward. So I'm wondering if we can have a separate vote on the playing pitch strategy, because partly because I don't agree with the amendment, but also I think we should have the chance to vote not for that part of the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The mover of the amendment can ask for that.
I'll consider it, Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. Councillor Brooks.
So since I was called out about what can and can't be done, of course it can be done. Of course we could go back to Access Group and say we're actually changed our mind. We're now going to not carry on with this. And we're going to soldier on with this system that's unsupported, that the staff believe and know is not very good, and we won't get the benefits, but we want to cancel. And they'll say, well, okay, let's negotiate. And I can tell you, when we negotiate, I can put money on it because I actually know the Access Group. You ain't going to get any favours from the Access Group, and you ain't going to save 50k or more from the Access Group that you were trying to put in the paperwork. So of course it can be done. It's just dopey to do it. So we ain't going to do it. Thank you.
Councillor Somner.
Thank you, Chairman. Interesting terminology. Don't know that I'll carry on with it. I haven't actually got anything to add to Councillor McKinnon's opening on this, Chairman, other than to support Councillor Marsh's plea to not just do it as a block vote, and to encourage members to support the amendment as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKinnon.
It's me again. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you everyone who's spoken. And thank you, Councillor Foote, for that contribution. So if the 340,000 isn't going to be spent on consultants, this is, I think I'm right in interpreting what you said, which is that this is money that's ready to go. Once the strategy is reported, then we're going to spend that money on the strategy. But the strategy hasn't reported yet, so we don't know exactly where it's going to be spent. So you're nodding, which I appreciate. That kind of backs up the argument to get rid of it as well, because it's very vague. It's not actually allocated to anything specific. And I think you guys are going to do better than this, you know. I've got faith actually in you, Councillor Foote. I've got a lot of respect for you. I think a playing pitch strategy that you're going to bring forward is going to have a lot more to do than just 340,000. I think it's going to be comprehensive. It's hopefully going to meet the needs of the district all over West Berkshire for a long period of time, and you're going to need to finance it properly. You're going to need to get external funding, and it's going to need to be done properly. We don't need this, well, it's a bit of a round figure. We don't exactly know what it's going to be spent on in the capital programme right now. That money could be better spent on something else, but you can bring something better towards us, I think. Yeah, not much more to say, really. I don't think there's anything else I wanted to respond to other than to back up my friend Councillor Sumner's call that, do you know what, just because the ideas come from our side doesn't mean that they're bad. You don't always have to vote against it just because your leader says so. I'm channeling my inner Councillor Brooks circa 2022 there. Look, I'm happy to accede to Councillor Marsh's request. It means we have to spend a couple more minutes calling out for or against, but if the chairman would allow it, perhaps we could vote on the first two parts of my amendment. So that's the two IT systems separately, and then vote on the playing pitch strategy separately as well.
Thank you. The original motion from Councillor Cottingham. Spoken, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a couple of things just to pick up on. As we said, we've discussed social care management system and the financial management system previous debate. Picking up on the discussion between Councillors Butt and Councillors McKinnon, as Councillor McKinnon knows, from a budgetary control spend perspective, that's an indicative amount of money. So it doesn't mean that the full 340k is actually going to be spent in the financial year. It's all depending upon what the consultants say. That is the budget set aside for, that's the worst case scenario. So the likelihood, yes, it may be the full 340 spent. This gives the approval to spend up to that amount. may be a case once we receive the report back, that full amount is not spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, I now propose to ask the monitor officer to conduct the formal vote on the proposed amendments and parts of whatever you said, Councillor McKinnon. I can't remember. I've had two strokes, so I'll never have a chance to remember.
I just think we should always vote on that. Whatever Councillor McKinnon says. For or against?
Yeah. Yeah. Voting in the first two items together. Thank you.
Okay. So for clarity, this vote, I would ask members to confirm whether they are for or against the proposals relating to the social care management system and the financial management system. So Councillor Adrian Abbs.
Still for.
Councillor Anthony Armitage.
Against.
Councillor Phil Barnett.
Against.
Councillor Dennis Bennyworth.
For.
Councillor Dominic Bowick.
For.
Councillor Jeff Brooks.
Against.
Councillor Patrick Clark.
Against.
Councillor Heather Codling.
Against.
Councillor Martin Colston.
Against.
Councillor Ian Cottingham.
Against.
Councillor Laura Coyle.
Against.
Councillor Caroline Culver.
For.
Councillor Billy Drummond.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Foot.
Against.
Councillor Denise Gaines.
Against.
Councillor Stuart Gawley.
Against.
Councillor Clive Hooker.
For.
Councillor Owen Jeffrey.
Against.
Councillor Paul Kander.
For.
Councillor Jane Langford.
For.
Councillor Janine Lewis.
Against.
Councillor Ross McKinnon.
For.
Councillor Alan McCrow.
Against.
Councillor David Marsh.
For.
Councillor Jeff Mays. Councillor Justin Pemberton.
Against.
Councillor Vicky Poole.
Against.
Councillor Christopher Reid.
Against.
Councillor Matt Shakespeare.
Against.
Councillor Richard Sumner.
For.
Councillor Stephanie Stevenson.
Against.
Councillor Joanne Stewart.
For.
Councillor Louise Sturgis.
Against.
Councillor Clive Taylor.
For.
Councillor Martha Vickers.
Against.
Councillor Tony Vickers.
Against.
Councillor Howard Wollaston.
For.
Thank you. I can confirm, Chairman, that those elements of the proposed amendment have not been carried.
Thank you.
So we need to move on to C.
Item 3.
So thank you, Chairman. So I will now, for clarity, this is in relation to the proposed proposals relating to the playing pitch action plan, which is at item C of this proposed amendment. So again, calling members' names in order. Councillor Adrian Abbs.
For.
Councillor Anthony Armitage.
Against.
Councillor Phil Barnett.
Against.
Councillor Dennis Bennyworth.
For.
Councillor Dominic Bowick.
For.
Councillor Jeff Brooks.
Against. Against.
Councillor Patrick Clark.
Against.
Councillor Heather Codling.
Against.
Councillor Martin Colston.
Against.
Councillor Ian Cottingham.
Against.
Councillor Laura Coyle.
Against.
Councillor Caroline Culver.
Against.
Councillor Billy Drummond.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Foot.
Against.
Councillor Denise Gaines.
Against.
Councillor Stuart Gawley.
Against.
Councillor Clive Hooker.
For.
Councillor Owen Jeffrey.
Against.
Councillor Paul Kander.
For.
Councillor Jane Langford.
For.
Councillor Janine Lewis.
Against.
Councillor Ross McKinnon.
For.
Councillor Alan McCrow.
Against.
Councillor David Marsh.
Against.
Councillor Jeff Mays. Councillor Justin Pemberton.
Against.
Councillor Vicky Poole.
Against.
Councillor Christopher Reid,
Against.
Councillor Matt Shakespeare,
Against.
Councillor Richard Sumner,
For.
Councillor Stephanie Stevenson,
Against.
Councillor Joanne Stewart,
For.
Councillor Louise Sturgis,
Against.
Councillor Clive Taylor,
Against.
Councillor Martha Vickers,
Against.
Councillor Tony Vickers,
Against.
and Councillor Howard Wollaston.
For.
Thank you. I can confirm, Chairman, that that proposed amendment has been rejected.
Thank you very much. I now open the debate on the substantive motion.
Yeah. Councillor Codling.
Councillor Codling.
Thank you, Chairman. Been looking forward to this bit. Thank you, Chairman. I'm wholeheartedly supporting this capital budget, particularly as I can see the benefits for the investments we're making in our local schools. For the coming year, you'll see from the papers, we're planning a full programme of work from new classrooms, replacement classrooms, and improving existing ones. Just a few examples for you. Falkland School, 8 replacement classrooms, and this project is already underway. Planning permission has been granted. It will be BREEAM excellent. The work will start this summer. That has ground source heat pumps and solar panels, so good investment in the future. Thatcham Park School, an early years expansion. This project will meet the identified need of families in that area looking for childcare close to home. Calcutta School, we're going to restart the planning and improvements of the school there. Castle School is going to, for additional classrooms, you may have seen the press release that went out either yesterday or today. 32 additional places for children and young people with SEND, again, keeping them closer to home. Again, the building is being built to BREEAM excellent standard, so a good investment in the building itself. Brookfield School, we're going to be providing 2 additional classrooms there. The work being done at Castle and Brookfields will provide additional spaces for those children with additional needs. This actually feeds into the conversation earlier about the high needs block. We will not have to pay for children to go into private provision or transport them out of the district. This will help hugely with that situation. We also have the capital maintenance programme, and in the past year we've been able to enhance and repair various schools. Hermitage School had a roof replacement. Mrs Bland's had a replacement of a biomass system, and Robert Sandilands had some work on fencing. Projects planned for this coming year: Victoria Park Nursery Roof and Conservatory, Hungerford Primary School heating improvements, Willink Secondary School perimeter fence, Courage Primary School damp and roof maintenance, Hungerford Nursery School fencing, John Rankin School's heating, roofs and retaining walls, Coldash St Mark's regrading of their playing field. These maintenance projects vary between 10,000 and 400,000, but they're programmes that we are proud to deliver for our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fitz.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, it gives me really great pleasure to support our capital budget. I'm going to be positive, and I'm not going to blame the opposition, apart from maybe if you'd maintained the museum a little bit better, maybe we wouldn't have so much work to do with the dam, but we'll gloss over that. I'd like to talk about our playing pitch strategy, which is ongoing. And that is, as I've mentioned earlier, it's going to inform our playing pitch action plan going forward, where we can deliver our pitches. And as we all know, Faraday Road is now hosting regular football, both at senior and junior level. I was there a few weeks ago watching an under-18 match that was being played. It's usually played, weather conditions permitting, every Sunday with the junior sides, and Newbury Football Club play their home matches there. A great plus for us is the Cotswold Leisure Centre, where we've managed to implement a plan for installing a 3G pitch to replace some derelict tennis courts. And I would like at this stage to thank my colleagues across the floor here, Councillor Clive Taylor and Councillor Joe Stewart, because we work collaboratively. We on this side do believe in working collaboratively when we can deliver good projects for the benefit of our residents in West Berkshire, and that was a really good case in point. So I'm grateful to you both for your help on that. And of course, that puts an artificial pitch, a 3G pitch, in the east of the district, and this is something that we really need to focus on. I want to talk about our leisure centres. The Northcroft and Kennet Leisure Centre refurbishments have been done. They are now super establishments. They're getting lots of new members joining, and our partners, everyone active that we use, can use, if they're using some of their profits, they can help with outreach for young people and disabled residents as well. And they are very good at implementing that. We've spoken about the museum. Libraries, we're looking at pop-up libraries. We've got a really good study out in Compton, and again, I'm grateful to collaboration with Councillor Culver on that. That is proving very successful. So successful, in fact, that residents have actually been ringing up the library to ask if they can have a pop-up in their village location as well. These are not councillors, these are members of the public that have contacted the library. So that, again, is a very exciting, innovative project where we can enhance additional services out into the parishes and into the villages to enhance the council's message.
10 seconds.
And countryside, we're also improving our efficiency with our grounds maintenance contracts as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Abbs.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I brought my amendments forward as ideas. You've rejected them. That's fine. Doesn't mean I'm going to reject your capital budget. And there are things in here that I really like. Since incepting the idea of a very large solar farm back in 2019, when first elected to the council, I think all I ever said was faster, 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 let's deliver it, because we've all seen what's happening to the energy prices. This is a spend to save, and it happens to meet the green credentials that we so beloved of the council as well. There's a couple of other projects in there as well, which I'm really pleased to see. The Padworth facility, I'm glad, having talked to them when I had the portfolio myself, Stuart, that it looks like that's going to go ahead, because it's another obvious thing to do. If we've got a rooftop and we can make money on it, put the damn solar on the roofs and get on making the money. The fact that it happens to contribute to the green environment as well is just another win. Okay, so wherever we do it, the faster we can do it, the more you can do it. You will always have my support on a capital amendment of this type, because I don't care what you have to borrow. As long as the interest rates don't get silly high, you will be making money. We've all watched what's happened to the energy prices over the past year, and it's proving there's no near-term solution coming from anybody that says energy prices are going to fall dramatically. Not with what's going on in the world. So we need to get on with it. And that's the only thing I would say to you. I'd encourage you to go even faster if you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a few comments on one aspect of the budget that I think deserves attention. The capital budget includes a £400,000 of monies for the Calcutt schools remodelling and rationalisation project. This is a school in my ward, and of which I am a school governor. The project, once completed, will replace a school that is old and split between two buildings. It is not designed for modern teaching methods, nor to current building guidance and standards. Many of the classrooms are too small. The buildings are far from energy efficient, and with there being two buildings, facilities are duplicated. Now, why am I saying this? It's because the project appears to have ground to a halt 2 years after gaining approval to proceed. Meetings are cancelled, emails are unanswered, no replies to phone calls, no project manager appointed. Part of the rationalisation is to reduce the school from a 3-form to a 2-form entry. The school has already implemented this part of the project despite high demand for places, but with a knock-on effect of reduced income, so much so that the school will go into deficit this year. This school is a great urban school with a multitude of first languages spoken, achieving great results for its students and the community it serves. But this new school, but it needs this new school if this success is to be maintained. So I appeal to council and officers to ensure that we get this project underway this year and without further delay. It does sometimes seems to me that we're up against a brick wall. Councillor Heather Codling bravely attended a meeting with me at the school a couple of weeks ago. I have to say that really there were too many apologies and not enough commitment to act. So please, let's ensure now that on approval of this budget, and I'm going to be supporting this budget, let's immediately get this project underway. And I'm happy I haven't been as active as I should have been in doing this, and I'm happy to help get this moving. And I hope, Heather, that we can really get this moving. I don't want to be back here in a year's time repeating the same message. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Garley.
Thank you, Chair. The capital budget before us this evening is an incredibly exciting and ambitious prospect. With so much in here that will make a huge difference to residents all across West Berkshire. It invests heavily in our environment and our key infrastructure across the whole district. We have the Graiseley Solar Farm, where we plan to deliver an increased and improved scheme on what was originally proposed by the previous administration, bringing better value for money for residents and for the environment. We have a significant investment of 1.6 million in solar panels on our council assets, such as the Padworth Household Recycling Centre, sports centres, schools, libraries, bringing both a significant carbon saving and a financial saving to the council. These projects collectively will contribute about 500k's worth of savings across energy bills. Graiseley itself will contribute 350k after repayments to the loan in the first year, based on the expert forecasts on energy pricing. So hopefully this will reassure Councillor Wollaston's concerns from the previous debate on the investment strategy. It also sees significant funding of almost 1 million in increasing our EV charging infrastructure across West Berkshire and continue to help residents make the best environmental transport options. I've talked a bit about here already about reducing our environmental impact, so turning now to mitigating the risk of climate change. We have a significant uplift in our flood risk and drainage investment to £1.7 million. That's an increase of almost £1 million on previous years, meaning areas like Burfield Bridge will get the highways drainage improvement it so desperately needs, as well as investing in other council-controlled flood risk assets based off of the back of the Section 19 report from the recent flooding. This is alongside the wider flood risk across West Berkshire. We also have money in the budget to look at the London Road flood risk improvements to support securing further funding for longer term work. We also have 2.4 million in the budget for the Lambourne nutrient neutrality, which I'm looking forward to working with stakeholders on. Turning to highways, as a cyclist and motorist, roads and footways are a critical part of our infrastructure and incredibly important topic to our residents. With this, the highways capital budget seen a significant uplift, meaning we will be able to do double the amount of large schemes that we have proposed across West Berkshire as in previous years. And we've also increased our reactive works to 1.7 million to help improve our potholes and give a further investment in our infrastructure.
30 seconds left, Councillor Garley.
We've also increased our highways lining budget from 100k to 300k to really improve our district. And we're also have budgeted to complete our 20-mile-an-hour speed limit projects, delivering 4 to 5 schemes per year across larger areas, making our community safer for all. So to sum up, this is a fantastic, ambitious capital programme, and I'm really looking forward to working with officers and residents to deliver that in the coming year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Boyd.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening, Chairman, members and members of the public. Councillor Codling, I'm really pleased to see that you're intending to spend £12.4 million on education service infrastructure. I understand your excitement. I think it's great. I don't think I'm going to vote against this proposal this evening because it's all important, supporting the education of our children. But I'm very concerned about commitment to deliver.
Overall, I'm sure that the children, teachers, young people are going to benefit from the planned investment, but it's harder to see the wider picture in the way that it's presented this evening. I'm going to come on in a moment, Councillor Taylor, talk about Calcutta. In last year's budget, your capital programme set out your spending plans for the forthcoming 5 years, mirroring the approach that we adopted in when we were administration. I think you seem to be reverting to a more short-termist approach. We can only see 1 year ahead in the capital programme. Last year, you spoke about Falkland. Last year, you promised to spend £3.7 million on replacing the 8 modular classrooms at the primary. But this programme has shrunk that. It's been slashed by a third from 3.7 million to 2.4 million pounds. So my question I would ask is it because you're doing it cheaper, or is it because you've pushed for the spend further back? We don't know. We can't see it. You're planning to spend £400,000, as Councillor Taylor said, on the Calvert schools, whereas last year, over a 3-year programme, you committed almost £6 million, 2.2 million, 3.6 followed by £1 million. Where's that gone? Are you saying that only £400,000 is needed to merge the schools? Well, where is the money then? Where's the beef? So even more worrying is that I can't find. You spoke very lucidly about the money that is going to be spent on special needs education services. The £2.6 million that last year you committed to SEMH ASD provisions, I can't find it anywhere. So, Councillor Codling, I want you to assure me that the spending that you modelled last year for last year's programme will be available for the benefit of our educational services going forward. And I plead, get back to signposting where you're heading with our education services investments. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Macro.
Thank you, Chairman. There are a number of positive aspects of this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In previous capital programmes, we've had the issue of the new lifts and new footbridge at Thiel Station. I'm pleased to say that project's now finished and the lifts are in use. Been much delays, none of them due to this council, all due to mainly to government and to Network Rail. But it means that now passengers don't have to ascend and descend that 40 steps to get between the car park and the station platforms. I'm pleased also to see that we've got another project in here for Thiel Station. This is to improve access and to provide more car parking spaces. And something else I'm very pleased to see in the pipeline and the different appendix, we've now got expansion of Thiel Primary School. Thiel Primary School was recently given yet another outstanding rating by Ofsted and is fully subscribed. We've got over 400 homes currently being built in Thiel, so we really, really do need that school to be expanded in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Gaines.
Thank you, Chairman. I was disappointed to hear that Councillor Williston doesn't want to invest in any capital programmes. He mentioned earlier on in the Treasury report that he complained about the solar farm and the recreational elements. So I'm going to talk about something I'm actually very keen on within my portfolio, which is temporary accommodation and refurbishment. So having your own front door is vital to your well-being. Ensuring that there are sufficient homes for the families of West Berkshire who need it is one of our main priorities. However, we do not have our own housing stock company, but we do hold some of our own housing stock. Many of these dwellings are used to temporarily accommodate families and individuals who have, for some reason, usually through no fault of their own, found themselves homeless. We need to house these families, but we need also to ensure that these properties are maintained to the standard required to meet their needs. This means that they require refurbishment. The capital expense detailed in the papers is for financial year 25-26 There is more for 26-27, and it will bring a 3-bedroom house back into use for a deserving family. Once it's occupied, it will have an income stream attached for future in both rent and council tax. My second element is a disabilities facilities grant. This grant funds mainly by government, but has had additional funding allocated by this council. This is a vital resource, so that it really important, because it allows both adults and children who are eligible will get the adaptations to their homes in the form of rec rooms, safety rails, hoists, enlarged doorways, etc., that they desperately need. These adaptations allow those individuals to remain in their own homes and live as independently as possible, including children remaining in their family home. The additional funding covers both the adaptations to properties, but also the wraparound care of the DFG team, with support to those families with several different things, such as permission from landlord, working with planning and building regulations, quotations, site sign-off, etc. This month alone, February 2025, the team have committed to £213,000 adaptations for 21 individuals, including 3 children, enabling those families to stay in their own home. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Armitage.
Apologies, Chairman, for previous one.
Okay.
There are many positive aspects of this capital budget which I can comment on, but I want to particularly comment on the drainage and flood risk improvements investment. Contrary to what is being perceived, like it's not just always about yes to everything. If you notice the scrutiny commission, we did scrutinize on many aspects of this capital funding, and from that one, thanks to Councillor Gurley, you came back to me with a clarification or a clarity around the flood risk improvements, particularly in my Speen ward, Liver Lambourne and River Kennet flooding, which has been very, very bad in the last few years. I'm glad to know that there is an increase in funding on that one investment for flood alleviation schemes. And I know we can work with Councillor Williston and other board members on the flood alleviation schemes on the upper Lambourne rivers and then the Kennet River flooding. And that is a very clear indication that as a council and administration, be keen to focus on flood alleviation schemes and to prevent the future flooding. So I really commend that aspect of that investment for our district, as particularly for our Speen Board residents. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor McKinnon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. I loved it, Councillor Foote, when you said, I'm not going to blame the opposition. And then you just went and blamed the opposition. It reminded me very much of when my wife says, no, you don't have to get me a Valentine's card this year. That's not what that means, by the way, if anyone ever tells you that. Yeah, look, Councillor Cottingham, you're absolutely right. This is the best bit for you and your portfolio holders, because you get to stand up and say what really genuinely excellent things are happening. I think some things are happening in this capital programme which shouldn't be, as we discussed in our amendments, right? You know, those IT programmes, but, you know, there we go. I don't think I'll be voting against this because there's lots of excellent things in here. However, it's important that people know that there are some things that were in last year's 10-year capital programme which have been quietly chopped. And I know you guys aren't going to point this out, so it's going to have to fall to me, isn't it? The North Newbury Primary School. Last year, that was promised to be in this year's capital spend. It's now been pushed into a pipeline. Councillor Bowick already mentioned the reduced sum of money being spent in Falkland Primary. No longer is there an urban tree fund of 40k per annum. The sale bid scheme, which has got loads of money directly to community groups, it's been excellent. That's disappeared. And Councillor Codling, you mentioned about modular buildings away from Falkland Primary. In last year's budget, we were told that nearly £1 million would be spent in this year to come. That's fallen to just 60,000. So a few things have been chopped, but one thing stays the same. I mentioned earlier on about the holy book of liberal democratism and their first commandment, right? Well, the holy ground, the hallowed turf of liberal democratism is Faraday Road. I'm surprised that came up, to be honest, but it's there. Nearly, well, over £500,000 spent on a pitch that can be played on twice a week, given first dibs by one football team and that the public can't book. I'm not sure I'd have been mentioning that if I was you, Councillor Foote. There's a lot of people in the room tonight that might think that that money might have been better spent on various schemes. And before I'm told about the distinction between capital and revenue, let me remind you that this year that distinction has been blurred more than ever before. We have got emergency financial support, 16 million coming down from the government, which is going to be repaid partly by capital proceeds. That distinction isn't quite as distinct as it used to be. And I think you might have a lot of explaining to do about those spends that I've just mentioned. Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Councillor Barnett.
Thank you, Chairman. I obviously welcome the continuing support for the improvement to King's Road, and I would hope that this 100k which has been allocated will help secure the final part of the road works, which will include, hopefully, a cul-de-sac at the western end of King's Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sumner.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, capital funding is always the element of the budget that one finds more favour than less, isn't it? It tends to be good news stories, and it would be remiss of me not to continue to highlight and support some of those projects that I was supporting when I was sitting over that side of the room. It was easier to support them over that side of the room, if I'm honest. But before I do, Councillor Foote, you mentioned about bringing 3G football to the eastern area. I think you'll find it'll be the second one. We've already got one at Deanfield, but keep them coming. They're very useful. Steel station infrastructure. Was always very happy to support this. It's a good amount of money. It's external funding, I believe, but it's good to see that it's still committed and that it will, I hope, very soon give the benefit to the residents of the East that they've been so long waiting for. Renewable energy. Yeah, it's a bit 6 2/3, isn't it, at the moment, as to whether we feel it's supported or not. It's taken a lot longer than anybody would have wanted it to. I think we can all agree on that. Councillor Abs mentioned earlier on that he was very much push. He's absolutely right, he was. I do wonder whether this number seems a lot bigger to me now than it used to be. And I wonder whether that is the delays on top of the changing face of economics that the world finds itself in. One thing I do think would be beneficial for members and for residents is a paper which brings all the different parts of conversation that we've had come up tonight on it. So we've had about payback terms, we've had about bonds, we've had about what it actually might deliver and where it might be used. And it does feel like it would be beneficial to see all of those things wrapped up in one, if I could make that ask. Active travel infrastructure, again, it finds so much bad press so often. But for me, it's one of those things that we do need to collectively as a council get behind and support and make sure that we are looking for better ways to get around whenever we possibly can. Highways improvements, I want to put a thanks, as I always do, to officers across the council for their tireless work in securing external money through grant funding more often than not. Never underestimate the amount of work that goes into that. And I personally thank you all. Signs and road marking, it'd be interesting to see how far that £300,000 goes. It's good to see it increased. We have a lot of comments in the East about failing road markings, missing yellow hatch boxes. So it'd be good to see those.
20 seconds, Councillor Sumner.
And finally, thank you, Chair. Drainage and flood risk. Yes, again, in light of current and historical weather in this area especially, never walk away from having sufficient money to support that across the district. It's absolutely necessary. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Poole.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Sumner, for referencing grants. Everyone here knows what I do for a living. And it's really powerful when councils put budgets together, because we always put things together based off of the information that we know. And Councillor McKinnon referenced urban tree grants. It's something that we now no longer do, but we are removing that £40,000. We are removing it because there is a grant. There is a grant available now for community groups to do exactly the same thing. It no longer needs to be funded by the council. So we are now able to move those funds and reappropriate them in a place where they are needed most. It's a question now about enabling the charities and anyone who's eligible for that grant to be able to facilitate it and access it. And if anybody has any questions about that grant, I welcome everybody to contact me through my Westbox email address, and I will happily connect them to the grant. It is very quick, very simple, and very easy to apply for. There are lots of other grants available out there that deliver exactly the things, exactly the services that Councillor McKinnon has mentioned this evening, as well as lots of other members of the other side of the bench. I just wanted to make that point, Chairman, because it's a really important piece. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor McKinnon, you're right. This dichotomy confuses people. Here we are saying in operating costs it's really tough. But by the way, we'll spend £73 million. And I said this in my video that I know you'll all watch. In terms of how do the public see that when we're saying we are struggling to pay the day-to-day costs, but we'll find £73 million in capital, which, by the way, in delivering it, gives much greater facilities and services to our residents, provides jobs for our local tradespeople, architects, designers, you name them. It helps our economies. So it's a double benefit. And therefore I'm hoping you will support it because it's really ambitious. There's a lot in it. The challenge for us and the challenge for the officers, and we're talking to the ELT about this all the time, is delivery. That's the challenge for us. You can be ambitious and find the money through SIL, through grants, through government grants, through some borrowing. But how do you deliver it at pace? And that's the challenge. And there's a lot of slippage goes on year after year after year. Now, the average has been about 60% delivery, 65% of your capital programme in year. We are going to beat that. I'm challenging the senior team here, the executive leadership team, to beat that. Councillor Taylor, Calcott School is now on my radar. I will take a personal interest. It's a school I haven't visited yet, but I'm telling you, when I take a personal interest, it means something is going to get a lens on it. That doesn't mean Councillor Codling would not have got there, but with a little bit more heft, we'll make progress. Okay? So the final thing I'll say on what is a very, very good budget is the thing that Councillor McKinnon can't stop himself coming back to. He just can't stop digging. Well, we did dig. We dug a pitch at Faraday Road, the one that you'd thrown the club out for many years ago. And we got football back on there as rapidly as we could to a standard that enabled the Newbury FC to come back, in line with so much lobbying from so many people for years and supportive of what we've done. But it's just a step along the way. So to say, oh, there's only that much football played there, well, if and when, let's say if, because there are some architectural challenges there, if we get a 3G pitch on there, we've already started to get the infrastructure around it, it will grow and grow and grow. You've got to start somewhere. But you keep digging and reminding people that you were the ones who wrecked that football club, wrecked that ground and threw them out, and you didn't care where they went. So you keep digging. I'm happy to keep hearing it because the people out there know that this really isn't a problem to us. It's a problem to you because you keep reminding them of what you did. So this is ambitious. It helps our economy. It provides more services. Our challenge to ourselves and to the officers is to deliver at pace. I'm delighted to second it because it's darn good for this district. Thank you very much.
Councillor Cotton, if you'd like to respond to any points raised in the debate and make any concluding comments.
Thank you, Chair. So picking up on a couple of points which we've been discussing. One which Councillor Burke raised regarding the capital programme in the next 3-4 years. Actually, within the report Appendix AI, it does define, I'm just about to get there, the fact that from a transparency perspective, I have no problem sharing these projects with you, with the council. So I have no, with yourself, I have no issue. That was the question you raised. No problem with doing that. With regarding our speed and agility, yes, I think it's fair to say we can do better. We can work quicker to deliver the capital programme. That's something which we will be making sure we do in the forthcoming year. I know we've had issues with project managers to making sure we're securing the resources and doing that project management, all part of the transformation programme which we have within the council of bringing together the expertise rather than having silo strategy. So I move to adopt the capital programme. We've heard many people speak this evening in support. Great stuff, investing into the infrastructure of West Berkshire. And as one officer once said to me, this is where we give hope to the residents of West Berkshire that things are improving, doing things, improving their lives, doing things better and building for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Please could the monitor officer conduct the formal votes?
Thank you, Chairman. I will again run through the list of members' names alphabetically and ask that each member indicate whether they are for, against or wish to abstain from this proposal. So Councillor Adrian Abbs.
For.
Councillor Anthony Armitage.
For.
Councillor Phil Barnett.
For.
Councillor Dennis Bennyworth.
Abstain.
Councillor Dominic Berwick.
Abstain.
Councillor Jeff Brooks.
For.
Councillor Patrick Clark.
For.
Councillor Heather Codling.
For.
Councillor Martin Colston.
For.
Councillor Ian Cottingham.
For.
Councillor Laura Coyle.
For.
Councillor Caroline Culver.
For.
Councillor Billy Drummond.
For.
Councillor Nigel Foote.
For.
Councillor Denise Gaines.
For.
Councillor Stuart Gawley.
For.
Councillor Clive Hooker.
Abstain.
Councillor Owen Jeffrey.
For.
Councillor Patrick Kander. Sorry. Yes.
Paul Kander says for.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kander. Councillor Jane Langford.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Janine Lewis.
For.
Councillor Ross McKinnon.
Abstain.
Councillor Alan Macrow.
For.
Councillor David Marsh.
For.
Councillor Jeff Mays. Councillor Justin Pemberton.
Voting for.
Councillor Vicky Poole.
For.
Councillor Christopher Reid.
For.
Councillor Matt Shakespeare.
For.
Councillor Richard Sumner.
Abstain.
Councillor Stephanie Stevenson.
For.
Councillor Joanne Stewart.
Abstain.
Councillor Louise Sturgis. For. Councillor Clive Taylor.
For.
Councillor Martha Vickers.
For.
Councillor Tony Vickers.
For.
And Councillor Howard Wollaston.
Abstain.
Thank you, Chairman. I can confirm that that proposal has been carried.
Thank you. Councillor Brooks.
I know you're considering an adjournment. May I say to the good people who've been watching this, you're on next. So don't go home. Thank you.
Yeah, well, anyway, before we turn to the final item on the agenda, revenue budgets, I'd like to adjourn the meeting for 50 minutes comfort break. Could you all convene back in time? So a dead on past. I know. you very much. Does that find a seconder?
Second, Chair, and reserve my right.
Thank you
Happy
very
to second,
much.
Chair, and reserve my right.
Thank you very much. We've received a proposed amendment in the name of the minority group.
No, he needs to move.
Oh, sorry. I'm away. I want to get away to the pub. Hang on.
Thank you, Chair. So, the primary purpose of the revenue budget is the financial representation of our strategic plan. As we've heard earlier this evening, we have a statutory, we have statutorily have a legal requirement to pass a balanced budget, revenue budget. Funding for our revenue budget is from council tax, business rates, revenue grants. We are not allowed to borrow to fund for day-to-day revenue expenditure. The net budget for 25-26 is 187 million. Will be spent delivering the day-to-day statutory services for local residents. These services used by residents daily include waste, recycling collections, maintaining open spaces, housing and education. We deliver over 700 services and initiatives to local residents. Nearly 170,000 of them, keeping them safe and healthy, which costs a forever increasing amount to do so. As previously discussed in the earlier MTFS report, the process to produce a balanced budget for 25-26 hasn't been straightforward, which I'll explain in terms of why, what and how this has been the case. Firstly, why hasn't it been a straightforward process for any unitary local authority such as West Berkshire Council to set a balanced budget in 25-26? Since COVID, we have experienced an exponential increase in financial pressure to support the most vulnerable in our community. Excuse me. Namely, adult social care, children's social care, along with home to school transport. At the same time, there has been a rise in housing cost, principally through temporary accommodation costs because of the increase in homelessness in West Berkshire. In 2023, the combined adults and children's budgets were 78 million. Now, 3 years later, this has grown to 105 million, a 27 million or 35% increase. So what have we done to mitigate the exponential increase in adult social care and children's social care costs? Since COVID, to offset excess expenditure, there's been a steady depletion of our general fund reserves. In the period prior to us taking control, they fell from 12.9 million in 21-22 to 7.4 million in 22-23, then to 4.1 million in 23-24, and with an expected outturn at the end of this current financial year of 3.6 million. As a council, we have a track record of innovation to deliver financial savings, with a target of 14.5 million in this current financial year. A major contribution to the saving target has been the Financial Review Panel. Officers and members have worked together together to reduce external agency spend by 4.5 million, and this continues on a weekly basis. However, an additional 11.2 million of savings, along with the use of 2.3 million reserves, is required to balance the budget for 25-26. So far, 8.2 million has been identified, of which 1.2 million requires public consultation, leaving a funding gap of 3 million. So as an administration, we have faced a budget deficit where the use of reserves to balance the books has been exhausted. Our reserves are no longer sufficient to fund any shortfall to balance the books. So how do we propose to meet our legal requirement to balance the 25-26 budget? Along with 29 other local authorities, we applied to the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government for £16 million of exceptional financial support. The request was for 13 million drawdown expenditure to top up our year-end reserves to a projected 16.6 million in the current financial year 24-25, with a further 3 million to fund the gap in the 25-26 budget. As previously discussed this evening, our request for 16 million exceptional financial support was granted by Jim McMahon, the Minister of State for Local Government and English Devolution. I would like to thank the Minister and his team for their collaboration working with our officers to provide EFS. We don't yet have visibility of the revenue cost of EFS as our Section 151 officer is currently working with the Department of Housing, Community, Local Government to determine the optimum way the 16 million of EFS is accessed through this financial year and next year's budget of 25-26. As an administration, a number of tough choices have had to be made within the 8.2 million of savings and additional income. We have undertaken a comprehensive consultation exercise with over 1,700 online responses. The impact assessments are an important part of the budget process, with stage 1 and some stage 2 assessments completed where necessary. These equality impact assessments are included within the budget report, and they are part of our considerations when making decisions on the budget this evening. Additionally, a very positive meeting was held on the 5th of February with members of the local business community, businesses who were provided with an overview of the Council's finances and budget proposals. I would like to personally thank everyone who provided feedback to our consultation process. We found it very worthwhile and insightful to reviewing the concerns of residents. This has resulted in deciding the following. There will be a detailed review of the 3 adult social care resource centres to ensure that any alternative provision delivers the same level of service to users. Secondly, we will not cease the provision of adult respite in the community. Thirdly, we will not turn off the street lights between midnight and 5 a.m. Instead, a revised proposal to dim the lights between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m, which will save us 40k. We will not remove Downland Sports Centre from the leisure management contract. In fact, we're looking to increase investment in this sports centre. All the rest of the proposed savings and additional income will be adopted on the budget's approval. We have listened to residents and identified ways to avoid even more damaging cuts with the most profound pressures on services. Moving on to what we discussed earlier this evening, the waste bin charge. No credible politician wishes to break an election manifesto promise without an exceptional reason to do so. However, as previously outlined, our request for EFS is that exceptional reason why we have done so with a green waste charge. As a reminder, in our election manifesto, we stated to re-establish curbside recycling of green waste without cost to residents by phasing out the green bin tax, starting with those most in need of support. The reduction in green waste charge for bands A to C properties from 55 to 40, 45 and £50 arguably reduces those for the most in need. However, in the bigger picture, the proposed garden waste fees charges is forecast to increase revenue from 2 million to 2.35 million, a 350k increase, with 110k being proposed price change and the 240 being additional subscriptions to the green waste service. It is the fiscally responsible thing to do in the current financial climate we face, so that we maintain high quality of services which we provide to West Berkshire residents. So what does the proposed 25-26 mean for budget mean for residents of West Berkshire? What it means is our council tax funding requirement is 131.6 million, which will require a council tax increase of 2.99% and a 2% increase in adult social care. The fees and charges approved in Appendix C have had the appropriate written notice being placed, and the parish expenses approved as set out in Appendix H. The good news in terms of our council strategy is the following investments will be made. A further 1.3 million home to school transport, 232 uplift in foster care fees, 190k for the voluntary community key partners such as Greenham Trust and the Volunteer Centre for West Berkshire, 161k investment into the adolescent support team for specialist youth workers, 318k investment into emergency accommodation, 259k recruitment and retention of adult social care staff as a investor save. We plan to maintain this policy of prudent financial resilience through administration by adding to our reserves. In conclusion, our revenue budget delivers. Our manifesto commitment to protect the most vulnerable in West Berkshire by investing an additional 8.1 million. We've listened to residents and incorporate their feedback, what is important to them, by not turning the lights out. And there is a planned top-up of reserves to 14.3 million from EFS, 5 million above the minimum 5% balance of 9.3 million. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We've received a proposed amendment in the name of the minority group amendment. In the name of the minority group, please could Councillor David Marsh formally move the minority group amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I formally move.
Thank you. Does that find the seconder?
I'll second. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Karen Culver. I would like to, you want to hold, would you like to speak now? Reserve your right.
I'll reserve my rights. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor David Marshall will receive 5 minutes to move the minority group amendment. You'll also receive 3 minutes to comment on the substantive motion, either now or after the proposed amendment has been voted upon, when the debate will return to the consideration of the submissive.
Thank you, Chair. So I went to visit a couple in my ward this morning called Pearl and George, her husband. In fact, they were here earlier and they did pretty well on those uncomfortable seats, but left a little while ago. Some of the more senior members of the council will probably remember them because George was a member of the council and a Liberal Democrat mayor of Newbury some years ago. He's now 84 and has dementia. And Pearl describes how, as his carer, the couple are totally dependent on the Phoenix Centre and cannot survive without these services. And she described to me in some detail what that means in terms of the respite she's able to get on 3 days a week, for which incidentally she pays a handsome sum. The respite she's able to get, the enjoyment he gets out of seeing familiar faces that despite the dementia he could still appreciate, and the care they get from the staff, some of whom are here tonight, and it's very good to see you. So some of the themes that he, just to pull the threads together, we're being asked to vote to, quote, explore options with the external market in delivering daycare services in a different way, and or potential closure of the 3 sites. So we're already not sure what's going on. Is it going to be outsourced to the private sector? What are the implications of that for the staff and for the users? Or are they going to close them all together, sell them off? I don't know, because there's quite a lot of a lack of detail in the papers that we've been given. What we do know is some of the themes that have emerged from the meetings that have been held with staff and families who use the centres. And just to share a few of the themes with you, the resource centres provide high quality services, which are important to service users and their families. Many of the service users find change very difficult. You can understand that. There's a great deal of praise for the staff and management of the resource centres. They don't feel that the experience of communication has been very good, which is important to them. And there was notable concern for the additional strain on caregivers, because what you don't want to end up with is people who are currently able to provide care themselves needing care because they can't cope with not having the daycare centres. And then a final point, some service users have formed close relationships with others who attend the centres, and this is important to them. And there's natural concern among not just Pearl and George, but that reflects quite a lot of comments from people at all 3 centres about what the future may hold. And my problem with this is we don't really know what the future does hold, because asked will the centres close, the council replied, the goal is for the council to withdraw from operating the centres. This might mean that other organisations take over the operation of the centres using the same buildings and the same staff. It might mean that other organisations develop new services to take on the work. It might mean that service users go to other services which are already in operation. So if we don't know, I really don't think that we're able to vote on a principle on something so important, because, frankly, we're not able to take a principled decision based on that information. To apologise, I'm just get back to, oh yes, so the proposals we've got are vague and aspirational rather than realistic. The claimed saving is a remarkably precise figure, £469,000. I don't understand that. Where does that come from? Does that involve having fewer staff? Is it somebody differently employing those staff? Does it involve closing them all together? We don't know. As I mentioned, the staff are very highly regarded by service users. Some of them have worked for the council for up to 20 years. They were told about the proposal on the 4th of February. And now here we are on 3 weeks later, deciding their fate, potentially, with no information about redundancies. Some people seem to have been told they'll be tupied over. Some people have been told that they might be made redundant. There might be
30 minutes left, Councillor Marsh.
We don't know whether the businesses that use the centres have to move out. We know nothing about any of these crucial details. So I do sort of feel that, bearing in mind that if you can put £3 million into supporting the budget, you can put a bit more together to do what the council says is its priority, which is to safeguard the vulnerable. So let's act like we mean it. I really hope members will consider the implications of this proposal. And what we're saying is, let's pause it. Let's have an opportunity to look at this in more detail. Come back to members and give us a chance to say, yes, OK, so that's what you're doing. We don't know. And I don't think that we can vote for the proposal in the revenue budget on that basis. And thank you for letting me run over, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McKinnon.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you to Councillor Marsh for that proposal. I know that my colleague Councillor Stewart is going to speak a bit about the work that the resource centres do, because she's much more familiar with it than I am. I want to focus on the technical aspect of what Councillor Marsh brought up there. You can't vote for this. You can't vote for this because of the wording, because you don't know what you're voting for. Councillor Marsh is quite right. To explore delivering services in a different way and or potential closure of the 3 sites. Which is it? And or. We have been here before, 2 weeks ago at Executive. Do you remember the carer strategy? Impact assessment not done properly. Didn't know what we were voting on. This is the same thing. This is one that's really been prepared very shoddily. And I don't think that it would be appropriate or even legal to vote on this one, the way the wording has been put together. And I would say here that the communications that the staff of the resource centres have received have not been good enough, anywhere near. They've caused distress, and that needs looking at drastically. But might be one for the monitoring officer, this one, but I don't know what I'm voting for here. My amendment, my revenue amendment that's coming up a little bit later, it's kind of hold below the waterline because it was dependent on my capital amendment earlier on. And I'm not allowed to amend my amendment tonight because that had to be done a few days ago. Well, you can't amend your budget tonight. And I'm sorry, but and or between outsourcing and closure, not good enough. Needs to be paused. Thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you to Councillor Marsh and the minority group for bringing forward this amendment. Really sorry, the voice is going, so hopefully I'll get through my 3 minutes. So I wish to speak tonight on behalf of staff and residents who have contacted me, extremely concerned about this proposal to explore options to deliver adult social care resource centre services through an alternative provider or in a different way. As a previous portfolio holder for adult social care, I was able to visit all 3 of the centres. Greenfield House Resource Centre is actually within my ward, and I have had the wonderful opportunity to visit the centre on several occasions. A really warm and welcoming facility with service users who love the staff, the activities and the familiar routine of attending. Greenfield House is where they feel comfortable and safe and can spend time with friends. And of course, for the families of these individuals at any of the day centres, they receive a much needed respite opportunity from their role as carers, something which this administration says it is trying to improve, having just submitted a new carer strategy through Executive. Unfortunately, we know that couldn't actually pass at the time. But if this administration is serious about supporting our residents who are caring for family members, then how can they consider potentially throwing this all up in the air? And at the moment, it seems, with no realistic alternative plan in place. I'm concerned there are flaws in some parts of the thinking around potential options, particularly on what is and isn't possible with regards to the use of the Greenfield House site, which I believe is not fully within the gift of West Berks Council. Specifically, I've heard from residents in the east of the district who tell me they cannot find other similar services in Reading, or indeed that when they have been refused access because they live in West Berkshire, something all too familiar to many of us living on the eastern border and finding ourselves in no man's land for some of our essential services. And the alternative suggestion, one of them, of merging the services and having to travel from Tilehurst to Hungerford or vice versa, for example, would seem entirely impractical for a day service. Finally, this is a proposal which will impact many of our most vulnerable residents and their families. If the services across any of the 3 centres is taken over by a private provider, there is a high risk of increased costs to many families. This may mean, in a worst-case scenario, they can no longer access the services at all, or at best, only on a less frequent basis. I understand the need for savings, but this proposal so far does not give me the information or confidence we will find suitable alternative provision for people we should be doing our absolute best for. And for that reason, I will be supporting this proposed amendment to the revenue budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much. I don't know, says Councillor Marsh, and importantly, nor do we. That is what we're exploring. Right now, we aren't exploring the fate of carers, so I would ask that we discuss this calmly. And on Councillor McKinnon's view, I think it's right and proper that we get the legal view on that. As for the resource centres, I know they provide an excellent service, and for the visitors, I know that there are good and important relationships built up there. And I look forward to visiting them in the future. Councillor Marsh suggests removing this discussion from the budget and using the EFS to make up the saving. I'm not sure how we can do this. And if we do, that's kind of the problem. We're not identifying areas that can save the council money. We are just sitting on our hands again, just like Councillor McKinnon was suggesting we did earlier. We need to start somewhere. And one of these areas is to look at what we can do with the resource centres to save money. And that is what we're suggesting, looking at what we can do. Most importantly, though, and this is important, most important, we always need to provide the same standard or better of care to those who need it. That's the backstop. And that's what I'll be saying again later on, I'm sure. There are lots of options here, and we need to look at them. If they save the council money, all the better. But at the end of the day, whatever happens, we must emphasise the importance of maintaining the care that people receive. I know that we're in a budget meeting and talking about money right now, but in this case, it is the quality of the care that will ultimately, that we provide, that will ultimately inform our decision.
Thank you. Councillor Benioff.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Whilst not blind to the challenging financial situation, I'd like to say I think it's short-sighted of the authority to propose revisiting provision for resource centres. We have in my ward a wonderful facility in Hungerford, which provides valuable personal care with bespoke facilities, not tucked away in a church hall or shoehorned into a meeting room, but in a specialist location tailor-made for the relevant needs. And I believe it's short-termism writ large to alter this provision, with the inevitable knock-on effect that some of these customers having to turn to social care with further cost to this council. The excellent, experienced, caring staff go above and beyond their mere job descriptions and actively enable many to live as independent a life as possible. And of course, it isn't just the customers themselves who'd be affected. This care enables their hardworking families the space that they need to enable their own lives. There was a headline, Chairman, in this estimable, unmissable organ, the West Berkshire Herald. I read it purely for the problems page myself, that declared, Lib Dems stand up for our elderly. Please show the people of West Berkshire that is the case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank the people who've sat here patiently listening to this right through the evening. It can get highly technical. I'm grateful for you being here. We very much admire the work you do. Joseph Holmes and myself are visiting the Phoenix Centre on Monday. I hope to see some of you there and we'll have a discussion about this. What we're doing, and it's in the papers, is exploring options. And we believe if there are ways of delivering these services more efficiently and more economically, we should take them. But you know, already, having been given some money, given access to money, the opposition are only too keen to start spending it. And the government will be watching us. The government will be coming in and auditing how we use this facility. We have to show that we're prepared to find efficiencies. Now, if it is the case that we cannot provide this as well, if we cannot provide this as well through other providers, through a voluntary sector that's saying they can't provide some of this, we're testing that. We're testing that. And in the event they can't, then we will leave the service as it is. But it is appropriate to explore options. And Councillor Marsh, you have to start by saying we're going to explore this and we believe it may release this amount of money. What would you have us do? What would you have us do? Not say anything in the budget and spring it up on people in September? So we are consulting, we are engaging, we are considering, we are investigating, and we will make decisions as they make sense. So this is the start of a process. But I've said what I've said with a commitment to you. You can take that way as a commitment, but this is a start of a process of looking at how we deliver this service. I don't have much more to say. I've given that as an assurance. I hope it's accepted as that. We are going to explore it, so we will be voting down the amendment so we can explore it. Because the alternative to say no, it can never be scrutinised and looked at. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Got a point of order, Chairman. Got a point of order. And it relates to the validity of the item. Exploring options doesn't save you any money at all.
No, exactly.
Exploring options doesn't save you 469,000. The paper doesn't make sense. By all means, explore options and come back with the savings once you've got them. It can't be valid, Chairman, to vote on that.
Thank you, Chair. Given that I have been asked to give a view as in my position as monitoring officer, Appendix E of the revenue budget proposals states clearly that there is a saving allocated against this of 469,000 and to explore options with the external market in delivering day services in a different way and or the potential closure of the 3 sites. There is further detail in the appendix linked to the consultations, and I am satisfied that there is sufficient certainty to allow council to approve this proposal. Clearly, as with any saving that forms part of a budget, if that isn't met in year for any reason, and sometimes things will occur that are unplanned, then we will need to find another mechanism by which we can deliver that saving. The officers have done a lot of work to come up with this figure, and that has been tested and through the internal governance processes. So, Chairman, I am satisfied that members can vote on this proposed recommendation this evening.
Caroline Calvert, Councillor Calvert, like to speak now. The seconder.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And I'd also like to extend my thanks to the people who've come along to listen to us this evening and for their patience. These services are extremely popular. Current usage at Greenfield and Phoenix is 100%, and at Hungerford it's 66%. So it's by no means the case that these services are not being used to their full capacity. 2/3 of residents said that they use the service either several times a week or every day, and 88% do not use any other services. So that just underscores how important this is. In addition to the direct benefits to the service users, the day centres also support respite for carers, which is also very important. The document summarising the consultation responses said a few meetings were requested with family members, staff and learning disability day service providers. A few meetings does not give us as members reassurance that this was a very targeted and thorough exercise, and much of what we've heard this evening has been very, very uncertain and not very detailed. A resident contacted me this week who uses the Phoenix Centre and said that she had received a letter last weekend from her daughter's carer, and this was the first that she knew of the proposal. And when we spoke to people earlier on, just before the meeting, people said they weren't aware of it until quite recently. And yet there was a 6-week consultation where people should have had direct, targeted, quick communication to say, please participate in this. People are concerned, they're unsettled, they're concerned about the cost. The staff are concerned about the future of their jobs as well. And as we all know, the private sector will put profit before quality and before the individual and complex needs of the people who use those services. Bearing in mind we've got local government reorganisation coming up, I do wonder whether we should pause this and wait to see whether we will be looking east to some of the other small unitary authorities in Berkshire, or looking north towards South Oxfordshire and Vale, and look at whether we can make any kinds of economies of scale with them. So it's like similar arguments to the IT. Why don't we wait and see what is coming at us over the horizon and whether we can make those economies in a different way? Why do that now? Why not wait? If we are going to go in with South Oxfordshire and Vale, for example, what are Oxfordshire County Council doing in that area? Could we link up with them? Who remembers the scene in Star Wars where our heroes are being compressed in a garbage compactor? Yeah? You either saw it as kids or you sat and watched it with, yeah, fabulous, okay. So let us imagine that those walls are basically the crushing austerity of successive governments, not giving us enough money for the important services that we need. And on the other hand, we've got more and more people with more and more complex needs, with worse health, with poverty, with isolation and with great anxiety. And stuck in the middle of that are all of us as councillors, and that applies to every party. So I have every sympathy with you and the challenges you face. We all face it as ward councillors. We get all of this casework coming in all of the time, and we feel completely trapped by this. So who are our leaders in this situation? We have the roaring, growling Chewbacca, which we could say is perhaps Councillor McKinnon. Who are our other leaders? Who will lead us in this? The swashbuckling hero, Han Solo. And who else was in that garbage compactor? Who is the greatest leader of the Jedi? Princess Leia. Sorry, Councillor Brooks, it's not Luke Skywalker. But ultimately, as I say, we're all facing this challenge. Who are going to be the C3PO and the R2D2 that come forward and save us from this scenario? And I'm afraid it's not going to be Rachel Reeves and it's not going to be Keir Starmer. So sorry, Councillor Taylor. So, you know, in all seriousness, I know that we all face these problems and any of us who were in power would face these problems. But please, 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 let us be more specific about what it is we want to achieve. Let us not affect the most vulnerable people in society and cause so much anxiety by not consulting them properly. There are so many people who are disabled, unwell, in poverty, in isolation, and with great anxiety.
20 minutes, Councillor Colbert.
20 minutes, wow. There were a lot of Star Wars films I can cover in 20 minutes. So, yeah, as I say, in all seriousness, I tried to add a bit of levity because obviously it's a very long meeting and quite tedious. But I am very grateful to you guys for coming along and hearing us tonight. And we are fully behind you. We fully support the work that you're doing. And I really beg you to support this amendment this evening. We must protect our public services. We cannot allow them. So many public services have been left to the private sector. We can't lose this as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Now the proposer, David Marsh, Councillor David Marsh.
Thank you, Chair. Just one or two brief points. I don't really know how to follow Caroline as usual. I've tried many times. This £469,000 figure, no one has tried to justify it or explain it. It seems to be completely plucked out of the air. And we've been told by Councillor Brooks that you won't even save that, any of it, presumably, if the alternative providers can't provide as good a service as we're providing now. So I don't think we should get too worried about this money. And the suggestion about if we have to put it down on the budget somewhere for it to come from the EFS, you're not going to spend it. You're not going to lose it. I trust Councillor Cottingham as being an honest, realistic man. You know this. You know that this is not going to bring £469,000 back into the coffers in the financial year 25-26. And my point is simply that you're risking an awful lot in terms of the service that you provide to some of the most vulnerable people. For what? For something you might not even save. Councillor Brooks has said you won't necessarily save it if the alternatives that you're coming up with don't match up. So I'd agree. That's great. Great assurance to hear. On the question that Councillor Clark makes, you've got to start somewhere. You've got to look at the options. But I just think that I genuinely believe that with this one, the budget is not the right place to put it. It looks a little bit like it's desperation. What can we say we can save from outsourcing or getting rid of the premises or whatever? Who knows? Whatever the options might come up with. But I mean, actually, I don't think Councillor Brooks is right. We're not saying scrap the whole thing. We're saying don't proceed on the basis of the very sketchy evidence with which we've been provided. The somewhat sketchy consultation too. I mean, with all due respect to dog poo bins and gritting the roads, I don't think that this, a proposal of this size, involving this sum allegedly, and infecting so many people, should have been included in that consultation. It needs its own thorough consultation. It needs a thorough examination of the options, as Councillor Clark says. I completely agree with him. Then bring it back. And I don't dispute that there might be savings and efficiencies to be made, but it seems, to put it mildly, it's drastic and looks like a panic measure to chuck the whole thing out so that you can put a figure down in the budget, which we simply don't see as being realistic. And you haven't actually made any attempt at all to justify where that money's come from. In fact, it's quite clear from some of the proposals would raise a lot more than that. If you're selling these premises off, you're going to have a nice tidy sum in the capital budget next year, Ian. So come on, let's get real. The only reason I mentioned the EFS is for this reason. Councillor Clark was quoted in the media as saying, this has been a difficult decision for the council. Decision hasn't actually been made, but this decision has been a difficult decision for the council, but we find ourselves in exceptional circumstances. Well, that's true, and the council has just received exceptional financial support. What's that for if it's not for helping us deal with exceptional circumstances? I'm just saying about that money, if we can put 3 million into supporting the 25-26 revenue budget. We can put 3.4 million, because I don't think you're going to need that 0.4, because you're not actually saving anything with your proposal or with mine. It's just a figure on paper, to be absolutely honest with you. So let's get the priorities right. By all means, look at the options. Great, we'll all look at the options. Let's support the users and the people who care for them. And as Councillor Cover says, let's make that the priority before we take a drastic step that probably can't be undone, or definitely won't be undone. And that's, you know, that's simply the wrong thing to do. And I really hope we've heard a lot. We always do this, you know, asking groups, don't necessarily vote with your group. You know, think about the, and I'm going to do it now. Think about the people who are in your wards who use this service. Think about the people who live in your wards, who, some of whom may well be here tonight, who work for the service in a dedicated way. And just think about that when we come to the vote. And I
30
really
seconds
hope
left,
all we
Councillor
say,
Marsh.
let's pause this, let's investigate, and then let's do it in a proper manner. And that would be in the interest of everyone in the district. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The proposer of the resolution, Councillor Cottingham.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Marsh, for your very passionate speech. So from my perspective and our perspective as an administration, it does state within the paper, we'll explore all options regarding this service. And those options are working out what is the best way to deliver the service to the people in need in West Berkshire. So we haven't made a firm decision either way. What we're looking to do is to explore every possible option. The EFS isn't a blank check. As we discussed earlier, that there are conditions which are going to be made on us receiving this money. We just can't go ahead and spend the money as if we've already received it. Central government are looking at us through a lens. They will be well aware of this paper, this discussion this evening. And as I say, we have to make sure we are adhering to their conditions of delivering the monies to us. It's not a simple matter of us just saying, oh, we're just going to get rid of this particular saving opportunity. We have a duty to all residents in West Berkshire to get making sure we have the best quality care at the lowest unit cost. And if the private sector, voluntary sector can do that, deliver better value for residents, that may be an option which we go. But as we discussed earlier, the primary consideration of this is making sure that we deliver the care. There's no detriment in the care which we deliver in this area for residents and their carers. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, I will now ask the monitoring officer to conduct the formal vote on the proposed amendments.
Thank you, members. So we will be doing a named vote. So I will again run through alphabetically and ask members to confirm whether they are for, against, or wish to abstain from the proposal. So Councillor Adrian Abbs.
For.
Councillor Anthony Armitage.
Against.
Councillor Phil Barnett.
Against.
Councillor Dennis Bennyworth.
For.
Councillor Dominic Bowick.
For.
Councillor Jeff Brooks.
Against.
Councillor Patrick Clark.
Against.
Councillor Heather Codling.
Against.
Councillor Martin Colston.
Against.
Councillor Ian Cottingham.
Against.
Councillor Laura Coyle.
Against.
Councillor Caroline Culver.
For.
Councillor Billy Drummond.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Foote.
Against.
Councillor Denise Gaines.
Against.
Councillor Stuart Gawley.
Against.
Councillor Clive Hooker.
For.
Councillor Owen Jeffrey.
Against.
Councillor Paul Cander.
For.
Councillor Jane Langford.
For.
Councillor Janine Lewis.
Abstain.
Councillor Ross McKinnon. Councillor Ross McKinnon.
For.
Councillor Alan McCrow.
Against.
Councillor David Marsh.
For.
Councillor Jeff Mays. Councillor Justin Pemberton.
Against.
Councillor Vicky Poole.
Against.
Councillor Christopher Reid.
Against.
Councillor Matt Shakespeare.
Against.
Councillor Richard Sumner.
For.
Councillor Stephanie Stevenson.
Against.
Councillor Joanne Stewart.
For.
Councillor Louise Sturgis.
Against.
Councillor Clive Taylor.
For.
Councillor Martha Vickers.
Against.
Councillor Tony Vickers.
Against.
Councillor Howard Wollaston.
For.
Thank you, Chairman. I can confirm that that proposed amendment has been rejected.
Thank you very much. We have now received a proposed amendment in the name of the Conservative Group. Please could Councillor McKinnon formally move the Conservative Group's amendments?
So moved, Chairman.
Thank you very much. And does that find a seconder?
It does, Chairman, and I'll reserve my right.
Councillor Sumner, thank you very much. Councillor McKinnon, you will receive your 5 minutes to move the amendment. You'll also see 3 minutes to comment on the substantive motion either now or after the proposed amendment has been voted upon, when the debate will turn to consideration of the submitted.
Thank you, Chairman. And yes, it's a pleasure to bring forward our group's amendment to the budget. We have 2 savings, also in Appendix E, which we would like to see removed. We would like to see the removal of the 3 weekly general refuse collection, which is apparently going to save us £150,000. We're not told how that's going to happen. We're just told that it will happen through the contract. Again, the lack of detail is disturbing, young Padawan, Councillor Carver, if we're making Star Wars references. And also something that may well affect the safety of our residents in the winter. A reduction in gritting of the roads of £40,000. Now, this saving is a suspiciously round number. We've no idea how it will be realised, and it really shouldn't be realised. Residents don't expect miracles from their council, but they do expect their bins to be emptied. And I think that cutting that general waste collection from 2 to 3 weeks really is a degradation of service too far. The consultation response says that no decision will be made until the waste strategy is published, but it appears that a decision has been made because we're dealing with it in the budget. And a bit like colleagues tonight, I wanted to focus really with my time here on the consultation. Councillor Cottingham was at pains to point out that the administration listens to residents. I think the consultation and the way that it's been presented is both laughable and scandalous. And I don't use those words lightly. Residents were asked if they would be able to cope with a reduction to black bin frequencies, and they were given 5 options. Yes. Yes, if I could recycle more. Yes, with some support. There's 3 out of 5. Maybe, although it might be a challenge at certain times of year. 4, and no. 5 options, 3 yeses, 1 maybe, and a no. And the consultation response proudly trumpets 52% who are saying that they might be able to cope with a reduction to black bin frequencies with adequate support. That's counting 4 of the 5 responses to limp over that line of 50%. Maybe, although it might be a challenge at certain times of the year, is not a yes. It's not a yes with support. It's a, I don't know. And at certain times of the year, probably not. You've got no business including that in a positive consultation figure of 52%. There is less than 30% support for this proposal if we take the 3 yeses as positive support. Maybe, although it might be a challenge. Right? Councillor Gourlay, you know I'm telling the truth. You know I'm right on this one. We've just seen a Lib Dem block vote. Let's not have another one. He's shaking his head. You could offer to go and, what are those wee Lib Demi bird badges you've got? Are they pigeons? You could offer to go and post one of those pigeon badges through residents' doorsteps or through letterboxes every Sunday. And you would ask them, do you support that proposal? They'd say, no, thanks. You'd say, could you cope with it? And they'd say, well, maybe I could cope. Doesn't mean they support it. That's exactly the spin you're putting on this. 67% of respondents disagreed with cutting winter gritting. What's the point of consulting if you're going to ignore it anyway? So listen to your residents. Stop this degradation of services. Don't pretend you're listening to them and don't insult their intelligence by saying that 52% of residents support this, and you include maybe, but possibly not at certain times of the year, is that is a scandal. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
In their election literature.
Well, Dennis has got.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll just throw some stuff out there and then let's see where it goes. When we look at this 150K, I'm a little nervous. We are dropping the average to 80 litres per week, according to the papers. That's 5 litres less than the regional authorities average around us, 6% less. It's down in the papers as 85 litres is the average. If I look at Devon, which is mentioned as one of the, oh yes, it works examples, now they have options of both 240 litres and 120 litres. So yeah, it probably does work for the 120 litre, but we are possibly facing some increased costs because we don't know just how many people will need the larger bin now that it goes to 3 weeks, because it'll be less than they've been managing with up until now. So you can see I'm starting to get a little bit nervous. When I had the portfolio and this idea was first floated across my desk, I did look at it from a perspective of, right, we're driving to trying to drive the recycling rates up as high as possible. But, and I caveated very clearly at the time, we must be absolutely sure we've solved the problems associated with going down that route. I must admit, I've just rescanned the papers. I'm struggling to find, and maybe you can just answer it, which will be great. So that's why I'm just putting it out there. I can't really see how we resolve the nappy issue or the colostomy bag issue or the other things. And if we are going to be on average smaller than we really need to be, then it raises a problem. So if I then go back to what Councillor McKinnon was just saying a few minutes ago about the consultation and so on, yeah, if you ask the question the right way, you will get the response you're looking for. I'm not sure I saw all the detail in the consultation, but when you look at the final result. So I'm nervous. I don't know which way I'm going to vote at the moment, but I wanted to put it out there because I wanted to give everybody a time to think. And I'd love to hear the answers to some of the challenges associated with what's being proposed before I vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 weekly collections on the black bin. That's meant to be residual waste that can't be disposed of in any other realistic way, such as the products that Councillor Abbs was referring to. However, we have now got in this authority doorstep collection or curbside collection of batteries, clothes, glass, paper, food waste, plastics, all these being collected directly on the curbside. The number of people in West Berkshire that are getting the message and have already got the message that it really matters to take to have a reduction in the amount of stuff that goes into the residual waste system, the black bin, that message is getting through, has got through, and by going to a 3 weekly cycle, it will be actually understood even better. There will be the driver there to get more and more of the recyclables to go through the recycling route. Don't be too frightened. Don't be afraid. Adrian, this is the right way to go. It was the right way to go for some considerable time, and that time has now come. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Boyk.
Thank you, Chairman.
as well as the proposed saving for the from the reduction to 3 weekly collections, there's also a line item of £350,000 being saved through contract efficiencies. Now, all of this is not going to be achieved by simply dropping Veolia a memo saying, do less, charge us less. You're going to have to negotiate. Now, I'm sure that this is just a place finder, as much as you put a place finder in for the resource centre closure. You have not yet, I hazard, reached an agreement with Veolia, who are fearsome negotiators. And I'm sure Councillor Jeffreys will recall from his time working on that contract that it's by no means a given. So can you give me assurance that this money is in the bank?
Thank you. Councillor Godley.
Thank you, Chair. I recognise that the thought of reducing the collection to 3 weeks will raise a lot of concern with some residents. But by delivering the increased curbside collection of batteries and pots, tubs and trays introduced recently, this is a total of 9 streams of waste collection at the curbside. This creates capacity in the black bin. Making this change is the right thing to do for the environment and will help to encourage and increase recycling rates and reduce the tonnage of waste produced per household, which is a challenge that we have to tackle here in West Berks. I recognise it brings challenges as someone who has 2 young children who have just left nappies, and as someone who personally has a medical condition that requires me to dispose of sensitive medical waste. I believe that it can be done, and I am willing to do my part in supporting and leading that change to 3 weekly black bin collections. I also wanted to highlight that many other local authorities have introduced this and succeeded, and have done so with much smaller bins than ours, such as the 180 litre, whereas our proposal is to keep our existing 240 litre bins. As a council, we will support this change and listen to residents' concerns and work to mitigate them alongside residents on a case-by-case basis, as we do now. Turning quickly to the gritting as well, there are a couple of points I'd like to highlight on that. Firstly, and most importantly, we would not look to make these changes if we didn't think it was safe to do so. Also, to put it into context, the changes proposed as the total winter maintenance budget for 24-25, the winter maintenance budget was 559k, and we're proposing a reduced amount by 40k and also improving our efficiency. We've recently introduced artificial intelligence and temperature sensors on our network, and this will enable us to grit routes in a more efficient manner and only target the areas of the network that need to be treated rather than applying grit where it doesn't. It's also important to highlight that this change will still leave 41% of our network covered, which still puts us in the top end of all of our neighbouring 7 local authorities, significantly in some cases, and of which most don't even have a secondary gritting network at all. And all the routes that may change would be added to the secondary gritting routes, which covers a further 20% of our network, which is the highest of all of our neighbouring authorities. And just one more bit related to the black bin, and I missed this out, I do apologise. Yes, we are certain of that saving, Councillor Burke. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, I'd like to call Councillor Sumner then.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, it's interesting to hear the points that have just been brought forward, because clearly they've just been brought forward. And that, when you've prepared yourself for a meeting and you know what the situation is, sort of moves the goalposts a little bit, but not enough to stop me saying this. So we should all have concerns on reducing funding for winter gritting. And those concerns appear to have been echoed by the residents in the consultation. Maybe the numbers would have been even less if the consultation was specific in which areas might suffer. Recognising that this is wholly dependent on the weather as to whether funding needs to be spent in year. And we know that from year to year it might change. Alignment of national guidance aside, we have to provide safety for our residents. And I'm concerned that there's an unknown risk, especially in an area of rurality as we are. Waste bin collections, well, we know there's been divided public response. As Councillor McKinnon said, some are content as it is. Some want it to be more frequent, not less. But what I can't see is a sizable excitement to go 3 weekly. And I question whether this approach over Reading Borough Councils, for example, is actually the better way to go. Will it actually just increase fly tipping? And if it does, at what cost? Because that is on the increase. We all know it's on the increase because we all see it. How much confusion might there be for the elderly in our communities? I've got a neighbour that gets regularly confused by which bin's going out when, and we have to field the phone call. It's not a problem. I don't mind speaking to the neighbours. Neither does my wife. But why should we generate more confusion for those people in our communities when what we're all supposed to be doing is making life better for them? And we've heard that repeatedly tonight. A very dear friend told me before I started to become involved in all of these matters, but just as he was prepping me to do exactly that, keep the roads flat, the grass cut, and the bins emptied. Let's take note of these amendments and support them for the good of our residents. And we are included in that list. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McKinnon.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all. I noticed no response whatsoever to my points about the consultation. I think that's quite telling. I found some of the contributions there actually bordering on arrogance, particularly when we're told that residents just need to get the message. We know better, we know best, but the residents don't get the message. And we were told that once the 3 weekly bins do come in, that'll help them understand. Well, aren't they going to be grateful to us for that? Won't they be grateful? Councillor Sumner just summed it up beautifully. We are supposed to be making residents' lives better. This is a complete degradation of their service. How arrogant to assume that we know better than our residents. The residents in their consultation told us exactly what they thought, even with the loaded questions that were there. Less than 30% support, but we're going ahead anyway. We actually heard the phrase listening to our residents. I don't think anyone's excited about going to a worse bin collection, I have to say. And also, it was just noise. It wasn't how you're going to deal with a family with nappies or medical issues, like Councillor Abb said. Just, oh, we'll do it. I'll lead it. Well, great, but how? It's nothing. It's meaningless. I've got 4 children. And I tell you what, when they were in nappies, even with 2 weekly black bins, I was getting in and stamping it down. And we do everything right. I've got the message. I don't need you to help me understand. And lots of other residents are in that position as well. You're not listening to residents, not on this, not on gritting, and it's a scandal that you're pretending that you are.
Thank you. I'd like to call Councillor Cunningham the proposer of the original motion. Cottingham.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you very much for that passionate summation of your proposal. One thing which I haven't heard is the proposal how to counteract the 190k shortfall. You're proposing to remove those savings, but there's no proposal there of where do we find the savings. That is the key to this. We've talked earlier about the perilous position of our financials. It's not a simple case of just spending money for the sake of it or finding, rejecting savings. There has to be the opposite to replace these savings which are not going to be taken. I haven't heard that. So we've heard earlier from Councillor Gawley and Councillor Jeffrey regarding the fact that we're increasing our recycling, and we talked earlier about the climate catastrophe which we face. Putting more and more waste into landfill is not the way forward. what I've seen from my own personal experience is that the increase in recycling has reduced my own input into my black bin. And for 2 weeks, it's roughly only 20% full. That's within a household of 3 adults. I'm obviously not a typical case, but I think the experience will be wider across the district of the black bins will not be as full as you're fearing them to be when we move to a 3-week collection. Thank you.
I will now ask the monitoring officer to conduct the formal vote on the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Chairman. So I shall run through the list of councillors and ask that each member confirm whether they are for, against or wish to abstain from this proposed amendment. So Councillor Adrian Abbs.
Unfortunately, abstain because I'd like to get split in two, but too late.
Councillor Anthony Armitage.
Against.
Councillor Phil Barnett.
Against.
Councillor Dennis Bennyworth.
For.
Councillor Dominic Bowick.
For.
Councillor Jeff Brooks.
Against.
Councillor Patrick Clark.
Against.
Councillor Heather Codling.
Against.
Councillor Martin Colston.
Against.
Councillor Ian Cottingham.
Against.
Councillor Laura Coyle.
Against.
Councillor Caroline Culver.
For.
Councillor Billy Drummond.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Foote.
Against.
Councillor Denise Gaines.
Against.
Councillor Stuart Gawley.
Against.
Councillor Clive Hooker.
For.
Councillor Owen Jeffrey.
Against.
Councillor Paul Kander.
For.
Councillor Jane Langford.
For.
Councillor Janine Lewis.
Against.
Councillor Ross McKinnon.
For.
Councillor Alan McCrow.
Against.
Councillor David Marsh.
As I missed a large part of the debate, Chair, I abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Jeff Mays.
Against.
Councillor Justin Pemberton.
Against.
Councillor Vicky Poole.
Against.
Councillor Christopher Reid.
Against.
Councillor Matt Shakespeare.
Against.
Councillor Richard Sumner.
For.
Councillor Stephanie Stevenson.
Against.
Councillor Joanne Stewart.
For.
Councillor Louise Sturgis.
Against.
Councillor Clive Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Martha Vickers.
Against.
Councillor Tony Vickers.
Against.
Councillor Howard Wollaston.
For.
Thank you, Chairman. I can confirm that that proposed amendment has been rejected.
Thank you very much. I now open the debate on the substantive motion. Councillor Abbs.
Yeah, thank you very much. Don't really have much to add to this, but I did want to come back to the whole recycling thing and the 3 weekly bin site. There are other solutions. The officers prefer the separate everything into ever smaller amounts, and that will increase because it's all to do with the quality of the output that we then get, and it makes us more money. We've had this debate before, actually. There's another approach as well, which is the MRF approach, which you basically have less, you take it and you let the machines all sort it for you. One of those works in combination with how people tend to operate. It's very difficult to get societal change if you're asking people to stop doing something that they already do. So if there's usually a technical way of actually solving that, then away you go. Now, we never seem to examine that in its detail, but looking at what we're now doing, which is talking about going to a 3-week, 4-week, who knows, I'm actually not opposed to that, but we need to we need to have resolved the problems. So I'd like to see some capital investment. We're talking about the revenue budget here, but we could easily have talked about the capital being put towards much better MRF-based recycling at our existing centres. Then some of this revenue that we're trying to get would actually come along. Now, unfortunately for us all, we're in a PFI contract with Veolia. And as we all know that, if anybody looked at the history, 677 million euros was that contract when it was awarded, quite a long time ago. I know Councillor Owen knows about this one. although it was the Conservatives who actually approved that contract. So before my time as a councillor, this, from public information, is one of the most valuable contracts that Veolia has, as I understand it. And of course, they're happy. So we've still got a few years yet. We need to start changing the dial on that supplier, and we need to start changing it soon, because I don't think we will get the societal change that we hope we're going to get. We will all do our bit, that's fine, but that's not how society works. If that was true, we wouldn't have plateaued in our recycling rates over the last few years. So yes, I'm bound to increase the recycling rate by stepping up, but reality is we need to get cleverer with how we're going about this. I know I've only focused on that, but it's a passion of mine, how you actually get the change that you really want. And we must start looking at more than the one solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Chairman. MRFs, they sound wonderful, don't they? MRFs aren't very wonderful. What you get is cross-contamination. So instead of having streams of recyclates that you can make good use of and have real cash value, the more that you cross-contaminate any kind of waste, the more difficult it is, i.e. the more expensive it is to get it plucked back out again. And in many instances, you just cannot do it. So what products that can be taken out, that can be utilised, reutilized, green waste turned into earth again, etc., etc. All these kinds of things, you lose them in, you lose much of it if you go to a MRF-based solution. I beg of you, Adrian, please don't try and take us down that road. There's no point in doing it. We put 25 years of hard work into explaining to the West Berkshire public that the benefit is of having no cross-contamination and of having separate streams of recyclates. Please don't lose even one drop of that advantage. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Garley.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think first off, just to quickly address the black bin again, you know, Veolia is a massive organisation. It has massive contracts. So I'm sure ours is quite modest in comparison to some of the larger contracts that it has. Moving on to the rest of the revenue budget quickly, just to highlight a few things. I think just to recap on the green bin, I think it's important to accept that it's financially prudent at this point to review our approach to phasing this out and to build on what Councillor Cottingham said, that our new our new approach is a compromise that will encourage those that might want to invest in a green bin the opportunity to do so, and those that can shoulder the burden to pay a little bit more. I recognise this may seem like a rollback on the manifesto, and I'm sure that the opposition will make the most of this opportunity. But the fact remains that 55% of residents will still be paying less for their green bin than before we took control of the council in May 23. And even those residents at the top of the council tax bands will still be paying less than the majority of our neighbouring authorities. Whilst we're on the subject of the colour green, in this budget we continue to invest in our environment, we continue to invest in lower carbon alternatives and funding further investment in the use of HVO fuel in our waste fleet, and our continued commitment to our net zero ambitions despite the tight financial situation we find ourselves in. We will see the benefits from our capital investments. We've already talked about this with a 250k part year saving generated by our solar assets. We discussed in the capital programme. And also sticking with the theme of climate change, it's important to note that we'll be maintaining our drainage cleansing spend alongside the significant almost £1 million uplift highlighted in the capital budget for flood risk mitigation activity. We continue to look at how we evolve our operations to generate savings and better outcomes for residents, with the expanded use of Highways artificial intelligence, transforming how we operate. And this is alongside increasing the costs of fines from fixed penalty notices within our streetworks and roadworks area, generating an extra 100k for those organisations like utilities companies that don't follow the rules when working on our highways across West Berkshire, and in doing so helping to make our highways a much more efficient place. It's a pragmatic budget, it's a sensible budget, and a budget that continues to deliver on our priorities and our commitments. But we must remember we have an absolute duty to ensure we protect the most vulnerable in the community in our best way. And this budget delivers that whilst balancing the needs of residents across all of West Berkshire and pushing on with our environmental stewardship for future generations. So thank you very much, Chair, for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Codling.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to move away from bins for a minute. That's not really my topic, though I still have one, and it's barely full any week. I'm supporting this whole budget, but I'm going to be talking about, again, those most vulnerable in our society. And I'm just going to highlight two small areas. There's lots in here for young people, but I want to mention our amazing foster carers that look after the children in our care. Without these foster families, these young people wouldn't have the experience of a family home. So I'm really pleased to see that we are uplifting what we pay them. This recognises the work that they do valuably for us. These young people need this support to thrive. We're fortunate to be able to provide 80% of the children in foster care are actually with West Berkshire foster carers, foster families. So that is a brilliant statistic. In addition, we've recently, in the last financial year, we've already recruited 15 new families who are fostering children in our area, and that's an ongoing campaign. The other area I want to just highlight is the support for young people, adolescent support. When you're becoming a teenager, you're neither an adult or a child, and actually navigating that area is really difficult for young people in this modern age. And we are actually putting in specialist youth workers to help them with that transition from child to adult. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyk.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Gurley, we will continue to talk about bin collections. You campaigned on we'll scrap the green bin tax. That was your promise to the electorate. In all of your literature, in all of the campaigning you did, we will scrap the tax, Councillor Gaines. That's what you promised. Moving on. Listening to Councillor Codling, there are some great parts of this budget, but it's a curate's egg, isn't it? It's good in parts. So I can't vote for the whole thing when there's so much that falls short. Your communication this evening, I think we've heard a lot of times when your communication has been really poor. And I'm going to talk about family hubs. In December, the Hungerford and family hubs were told that their funding, their future funding was at risk. That scared the pants off of the head teachers and their staff and has caused serious disturbance in that all-important service that the family hubs deliver. We all know that the family hubs are highly valued, and we know that they help so many young families with their children's first 1,000 days, which we know are the most important of their lives. And I just hope that I couldn't find any savings line for the family hub. So I really hope, sincerely hope, Councillor Codling, that this is not just a saving that has been tucked away somewhere else. The largest single item in the savings put out is an overall tasking of £2 million, which has been allocated across all directorates. And I commend this approach because it's the managers and staff of an organisation who know best how money can be saved. But I make a plea to you. They will need help in transforming their services. And I hope that you will not regret the freezing of the staff training budget for the second year in a row.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Just coming back to Councillor Marsh, and I know this is a bit after the event, but it is important. The savings on the resource centres come from comparing the cost of the council providing services compared to the cost of buying the services from private providers. So that's how the figure was reached. We've got a long way to go. I think we've achieved quite a lot of great stuff so far at the council, but we need to continue to provide care to the people who need it across West Berkshire. Recent reports show that most people in West Berkshire are living longer and healthier lives than many parts of the rest of the country. But we do need to make sure that we're keeping up with letting people know what's happening, and I take that from the conversation this evening. We will continue to engage with users of resource centres and those carers who work so well there. We will always continue to provide care to those who need it. I said it earlier, and this is the backstop. Uncertainty is seldom enjoyable, but we don't want to worry people about what's going on. The question is, how is this best provided? Can we make more savings to balance the books without impacting those people who are most affected? There is no easy answer here, and tonight we have suggested going to the private sector to see what the options are. Again, and I can't emphasise this enough, we will make sure that everyone who receives help at these centres will continue to get it.
Thank you. Councillor Phil.
Thank you, Chair. So I was actually quite pleased when Councillor Bowick mentioned, transforming services. I'd like to just to elaborate on a couple of things that we've done in the transformation team over the last year and what we're going to be looking forward to with the help of this budget. So over the last year, the transformation team has been working to understand what the council's actually got. They couldn't build on what was there. Nobody knew if it was still fit for purpose or whether or not it was even needed. The transformation team, they started to focus around softwares and processes, two very important parts. Despite having a central IT team, a digital team, and a procurement team, the transformation team quickly identified that there were lots of departments around the council that all had received separate funds for softwares throughout the years. And depending on cost, it would slip through procurement thresholds. What I'm trying to say is that there was no central control, in a sense. So moving over to processes, there were teams, so multiple teams, where each department would have, like, say, 3 teams in a department, say. Each of those teams would operate in a different way. They would perform a different function. There could even potentially be using different softwares, or even the same software, but in different ways. So the handoffs between other internal departments was a little bit different. There was no standardized way of working. Everything was bespoke. Everything was time intensive. So the last 12 months, all that investigative work has been completed. And now we're looking forward to a really exciting time over the next 12 months as part of this budget, where we're going to be implementing the transformation that we've been looking forward to. The estates team within the transformation department, the transformation unit, have been busy and completed some amazing work. They've repurposed buildings to create more space for council teams. They've worked tirelessly to find creative solutions and provisions for the homeless across the district, as Councillor Gaines mentioned earlier. We've got houses of multiple occupancy for single males. We've got a dedicated family focus set up at Walnut Close, and we are continuing to look at utilising other council buildings across our complete estate. Moving over to talk about systems and teams, we've got transformations been into HR. We've completely modernised the way that the council attracts new talent. There's a new website and tool backed by AI support functions. So just to speak quickly to a few of the AI, Councillor Abbs commented today about AI. We've got AI in a few places. Here's just a couple, just to reference it down. We've got an AI protocol that easily translates council documents into other languages, saving £27,000 in a year last year. We've got an AI-supported policy generator within the adult social care team, so that as we're producing documentation, we can pull out the relevant policy information and acts. Very, very important. And then Councillor Gawley mentioned earlier today about AI on gritting. He missed off the very clever AI that's on waste collection vehicles that collect and monitor road wear and tear. So in closing, Councillor McKinnon mentioned earlier today that but we have a very exciting time. And Councillor McKinnon mentioned today that we are going to be the Bart Simpsons, the I didn't do it administration. With this programme of works that we've got coming forward, we are going to be the we did it administration. So,
Thank you.
Yeah,
Chairman, do we need an extension?
we do. We do. Still a couple of people to speak. Anyway. Note part 3, paragraph 10.8 deals with the constitution of the meeting past 10 p.m. until 10:30. This must be supported by a majority vote of those members present. Members, I would like to propose an extension of the meeting tonight until 10:30 to allow for the maximum opportunity to consider all the items on the agenda. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Brooks, thank you very much. Councillor Taylor.
No, sorry, we need a quick show of hands.
Oh, sorry. That's a vote.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I please ask members who are prepared to support the proposal to extend the meeting to please raise their hands? Thank you. Any against? Or abstentions? Chairman, I can confirm that the meeting has been duly extended. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Taylor.
I will be brief. I just wanted to come back to the issue of the social care resource centres. The rest of the budget, I wouldn't say I'm happy with all of it, but I would, other than the fact that we've lost that amendment on the social care resource centres, I would have voted in favour. But I just feel that I can't support it. But I'm not only concerned about the users of these services, but also the staff. I mean, there's a number of them here. I have one of these centres in my own ward as well, which is perhaps brings it a little closer to home for me. So I regret that I will be voting against the revenue budget. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor McKinnon.
Thank you. By popular demand. This budget has got cuts which don't need to be made, and it's got cuts which don't make any sense. And we've talked about a few of those already this evening. The resource centres, bins, the gritting, the dimming, they don't need to be made and didn't have to be made with a bit more imagination. But I've been asking myself a question this evening. Why are you here? Why are you there? What's the answer? Why are you there and we're over here? Is that? Get over it. I'm well over it. You're there because you won the election. Remember that? Yeah. And you won the election and our residents voted for you. And congratulations for that. You won the election with a manifesto that had a big 6 to fix set of promises. Do you remember? That's why you're there. Once this budget period ends, we'll be just over a year from the election. Time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it? So, how are you doing against your big 6 to fix? The garden waste charge being phased out. Councillor Cottingham, well done for fronting up and taking it on the chin. We are breaking in a manifesto promise. You got to, right? You say sorry, you got it wrong. We told you back then. I was going to say you got mugged by reality. But you didn't get mugged. Reality was staring you in the face back in 2023. You know you shouldn't have promised it. Now you need to say sorry. Having said that, I hope at the time of the next election, you guys take the Councillor Gourley approach to spinning that one. Oh, it's okay. Some people are paying a wee bit less. No spin here. Do you remember Nick Clegg with the student fees?
Too young.
Yeah.
Don't remember.
Remember Nick Clegg? And he came out and he had to say sorry. They paid a heavy electoral price.
The previous administration.
Oh, previous. Chairman, I propose that we ban the phrase previous administration from this council's vocabulary for all future meetings. So garden waste, broken. We're going to change the local plan.
Broken.
No, you didn't. No, it's not your fault. We didn't do it. A big boy told us. A big boy did it and ran away. The government made us. That's gone. We're going to fix potholes first time, every time. No, you haven't. Earlier initial care assessments. Asked the question at executive a couple of weeks ago. We've got no idea. Tell you one thing they did do though. One thing they have not messed up on. They made sure they wouldn't mess up on. They brought back football to Faraday Road. So you're not the I didn't do it party. You're the Faraday Road football party. I hate nothing. Hate's an ugly word, Councillor Armitage. I'm all about the love. And I do love you.
10 seconds, Councillor McKinnon.
You've got good intentions, but this budget is not it. And you're going to have to front up to the electorate for your broken promises.
Thank you, Councillor McKinnon.
Why are you there? Why are you there? You're there because of the community infrastructure levy, where you took tens of thousands of pounds from people and we've sorted it. We're giving it back, and councils and people up and down the country are ringing me and saying, how did you do it? Can you help us do it there? That's one of the reasons you're there. Faraday Road, that's another reason you're there, because you threw the football club out and you didn't care and people voted against you. I know why you're there. I could go on and on about it.
But why are you there?
I've only got 5 minutes.
And not the
Now,
Greens?
in May, at the AGM, I will tell you what we've achieved, and it will be pretty darn good. Now, the local plan, which you've foisted on the people of West Berkshire, we're still fighting. The game ain't over yet.
Sure.
You've called it, we're still fighting it. So don't tell us we failed until we failed. We have to, in any budget, face down some really difficult savings, cuts, efficiencies that officers bring forward. They have budgets to balance. They have a tough job to do. And they come to us with savings that you'd rather cut your arm off, your right arm, than take. Close 3 libraries. No, don't ask us again. We're not doing it. All sorts of cuts they suggest because they need to balance their budget. And many is the time we push them back. Hours, days, we go through these, we look at them and say no. And then it is quite appropriate to say, we will look at that, we will explore it. In the way with resource centres, Councillor Marsh, we said on our care homes, we'll look at the market. And we have not yet found alternative providers. We expect to in the coming year, but we haven't closed the care home, sir. And that is what we're going through here with the resource centre proposals. We have a tough job and you well know it. We're making a lot of progress and I'm waiting to my announcement in May to tell you. If we had accepted your amendments this evening, we would already have spent a further £500,000 of this extra facility we've been granted by the government. So it's a little bit like, oh, we've got the money now. Don't do anything like this because we've got the money. But we weren't given the money for that reason. We have to be very careful in how we manage the budget still. And Joseph Holmes, Shannon, Sarah, all of the senior executive team, they sit there and they say, we have no reserves. We are desperate to have some cushion, some buffer, some safety net for costs that we cannot, very hard, almost impossible to anticipate. A child coming into care with a £600,000-700,000 bill and less than £3 million in reserves can be wiped out in no time at all. And now suddenly we do have that safety net. We do have the ability to say, actually, there is a bit of a budget reserve. Councillor McKinnon, do you remember the budget contingency reserve? You used to have one. We haven't had the benefit of being able to do that. You used to be able to say, even before you were the portfolio holder for finance. You had 900, £1 million a year that you could give to adult social care if they overspent their budget. You used to have that. We haven't got that now, except we do have through this new facility. And we are not, unfortunately, we will not splash it around on things that we think we can deliver in a different way, or we can implement a black bin regime, a collection regime that's been done all over the country. We're not breaking new ground here. So, with 20 seconds to go, this is a good budget. It's been very tough, toughest I've known in 33 years. We've done well with it. We've protected people. We've invested, and we'll do better and better and better based on this budget, which is ours. We own it and we'll deliver it. Thank you.
Proposer Councillor Cottam, if he wants to respond to any points raised in the debate and make any concluding comments.
I move to adopt this report.
Oh, thank you very much. Could please the monitoring office conduct a formal vote, please?
Thank you, Chairman. So I will again run through the list of members and ask that members confirm whether they are for, against, or wish to abstain from this proposal. Councillor Adrian Abbs.
Abstain.
Councillor Anthony Armitage.
For.
Councillor Phil Barnett.
For.
Councillor Dennis Bennyworth.
Against.
Councillor Dominic Bowick.
Against.
Councillor Jeff Brooks.
For.
Councillor Patrick Clark.
For.
Councillor Heather Codling.
For.
Councillor Martin Colston.
For.
Councillor Ian Cottingham.
For.
Councillor Laura Coyle.
For.
Councillor Caroline Culver.
Abstain.
Councillor Billy Drummond.
For.
Councillor Nigel Foot.
For.
Councillor Denise Gaines. For. Councillor Stuart Gawley.
For.
Councillor Clive Hooker.
Against.
Councillor Owen Jeffrey.
For.
Councillor Paul Kander.
Against.
Councillor Jane Langford. Thank you. Sorry. Councillor Janine Lewis.
For.
Sorry. Councillor Ross McKinnon.
Against.
Councillor Alan McCrow.
For.
Councillor David Marsh.
Against.
Councillor Jeff Mays. Councillor Justin Pemberton.
For.
Councillor Vicky Poole.
For.
Councillor Christopher Reid.
For.
Councillor Matt Shakespeare.
For.
Councillor Richard Sumner.
Against.
Councillor Stephanie Stevenson.
For.
Councillor Joanne Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Louise Sturgis.
For.
Councillor Clive Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Martha Vickers.
For.
Councillor Tony Vickers.
For.
And Councillor Howard Wollaston.
Against.
Thank you. I can confirm, Chairman, that the proposal has been approved.
I would like to thank everyone for their attendance this evening, especially all these young ladies who have been working all day and sat through the had to put up with listening to all the buzz. And I formally close the meeting. Please could the Zoom host end the broadcast, please? Thank you very much.
Please rise to the Chairman of Council.